All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to session one. We're going to give it a couple of minutes before we actually kick off things. So, first of all, if the people in stream, in chat, can just let us know that they can hear us, that'd be great. Also, if you can let us know how the music is. If it's too loud, I can turn it down. Hey, Fronty Spice. Hey, Kai. Thanks for coming. The reason we wait at the start of a stream, just for those interested or wondering why I'm not just jumping straight in, the link to this YouTube video is made available. We kind of share it on social media days in advance, and people can click on a notify me button. And that means when it goes live, so once the recording starts, they'll get a notification on their phone or wherever they normally get notifications, saying that the stream has gone live. So it might take them a couple of minutes to jump over, which is why we just delay it ever so slightly after we've gone live. But yeah. Hey, Mr. McDaunting, thanks for checking in. Ooh. It's not overwhelming anything, I take it, if it sounds fine. Good. Oh, and that reminds me, I need to give credit to the music creator in the description, because I just remembered at the end that I wanted to get music in. Music is by Tabletop Audio, which is a really great service for those in the know. All right. There we go. Hey, Lekis. Welcome.
Hey.
All right, so I think that's long enough to wait. We've got 10 viewers, which is probably including the four of us, so we've got about a half a dozen people watching, which is fine. Hopefully some more will trickle in once we get started. We're going to kind of jump straight in here without too much of a preamble. I will just say for those, probably not the ones watching live, but for people who have stumbled across this video on the YouTube algorithm after we've finished, we did do a session 0 for this, and that's about an hour long, and it gives a bit of context to the campaign and also backgrounds to each of the players and their characters. So if you want a little bit of a background, the link is right at the top of the description. Go ahead and watch that session 0. Otherwise, you might be wondering, it might feel a little bit weird to just be jumping straight in. There's a little bit of background history, for example, between Humphrey and Litha. We're gonna just start playing, like role-playing that straight away without any kind of explanations. One thing I will quickly say as well, since this is session 1, one of the things I've always done on my channel is try to slow things down and explain any rules as they come up, rather than just trying to make it into a pure performance type of thing. That way, people who are watching these actual plays actually can pick up a bit of the rules as they're watching, rather than just getting a feel for, the fluff, the flavor, the world, that sort of thing. So we're trying to kind of kill two birds with one stone. Obviously, we're going to do a proper role-playing session. We're all going to be getting into character and everything. But as the narrator, or GM, if you will, then I will make sure I'm explaining things. Even though the players might all understand the rules, I'm going to be explaining it for you all as well, without trying to make it like too jarring. Anyway, so with that out of the way, one sec. I'm just gonna actually turn off the music in my. I've got a monitor on, which is making me hear the music, and it's a little bit distracting. I have enough plates to spin as it is. Right. So the first thing I kind of want to do is give a bit of context to you all about this starting saga. This is the first chapter of the Saga of the Fragile Peace, the campaign by Two Little Mice for the household game that we're playing. And there's a little bit about this chapter 1 from the book, which I'm flashing up on the screen now, and I'll just read it out. So it takes place between September and December of the year 6 High Council, or after the High Council. Our story begins in September, after the Astravia Treaty was signed, when the nations of the house finally opened their borders. The frontier opening was a turning point for household history and marked the beginning of what would later be known as the Fragile Peace. Before that day, traveling to other rooms was a long and expensive process. There were many limitations, strict checks, and draining waits at embassies and consulates to organize visas and permits. Additionally, visitors could remain in other nations only for a strictly regulated amount of time. The frontier opening was a big accomplishment on the road to unifying the household folk, and allowed many young littlings to study or work abroad, and to travel and learn freely. This fostered better integration, while also jump-starting many incredible adventures, like the ones you are about to relive and retell now. This is where your character's journey begins. Good luck. So, just a few takeaways from that. The house is more or less open for exploring. There are still going to be some things like checkpoints. There's going to be paperwork and stuff, but it's a lot easier to move than it was before. Takes place 6 years after that had happened. So people like Gwen, who's one of the main NPCs in your party, she's been studying in Walford, where we're starting the campaign, and she's only been doing that since like the last 6 years. Likewise, Santiago has been traveling probably for about the past 6 years or so. So really, it's like the last 6 years that you've all kind of been freed up to kind of live your own life since the war has stopped, since the treaty was signed. Okay? So things are still pretty new, even for those of you like Humphrey and Litha who are seasoned hunters, used to going out and exploring. You haven't had just the time to explore every nook and cranny of the entire house. So... we start in Walford, and we're going to start actually in a tavern. Like any good campaign, you're starting off in a tavern. You've all come together and have basically been given those of you, I guess all three of you are working for this expedition. You're not leaders of this expedition. You're employees. And so your room and board at this tavern has been paid for, and you've been asked to meet up in the tap room in the morning for breakfast. And when you all get up to go down to breakfast, Gustav and Juliet, who are the two fairies, newlywed fairies who are part of this, Gustav seems to be the leader of this expedition. They're not there yet. And as Litha and Santiago come down to the bar, more or less we'll say kind of at the same time, you'll notice that Humphrey is already going in and out of the tap room, busy as a bee, loading luggage onto the small carriage pulled by a brown mouse that you have, and generally getting things ready.
No time for sitting mysteriously near the fireplace, like I would like to, but... Yeah, you see Humphrey, the rugged greatcoat, swinging while he enters and leaves the room, loaded with luggage under his arms, and the brimmed hat, pulled down on his face, and not paying anyone attention except from the luggage, the short path to the door, and the door, and that's what's waiting outside for him. Probably a mouse. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gwen greets you, all three of you, but kind of quietly, maybe a little bit shyly, it seems, and then hurries over to order some breakfast for herself, and sits down at a table by herself to start off with.
If I walk past her, I tip my head to say, "Morning, Miss Summers. Had a decent night's sleep."
Oh, as well as could be expected in a strange bed, Humphrey. Thank you. Have you had breakfast?
To be fair, no, Miss Summers.
Well, we can't leave on an empty stomach. Those preparations can wait. We're all coming down now. Someone can help you.
Well,
I insist.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Stop stuttering and just take a seat at this table. I don't want you sitting by the fire by yourself like you always like to do.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Miss
She
Summers.
she kind of flags a waitress and orders some form of mushroom breakfast stew.
Mushroom and mold, like we all like it. Yeah, I just put the luggage carefully to the side because I don't want any of the bigwigs to sue me, and sit down next to Gwen. With my not taking off my hat or my coat, just like sunken there, like a really sunken in silhouette. And just I don't know, poking between my teeth with a little stick or something like that.
Okay. The waitress also goes over to both Litha and Santiago and asks if you want breakfast.
Oh yes. It was paid for, right?
Yes, it's
Grandson,
covered
give
by
me
the
a
tab.
double and something to drink.
Something to drink, some water.
Oh well, if you don't have anything better, so.
Well, we have beer, but it's a bit early for that. Isn't
Well, or late. That depends how you.
Does the house have different time zones?
No. I've just, been to bed or been not to bed on when to start. And yeah, we are leaving soon. I'm guessing I can have a beer or two.
She taps her nose and says, "Hair of the mouse."
Hair of the mouse.
So she brings you some. Sorry, Litha. Litha wanted food as well.
Oh yeah, sure. One for me as well. I'll go with water.
Okay.
And Lisa would kind of shyly sit next to Santiago and is trying to draw not so much attention, which is kind of difficult, because she's quite colorful, and having this big, large shock of red hair will certainly not contribute for being decent.
Have you and Humphrey exchanged any words up until this point?
She would have waved at him shyly, but
Okay.
too much.
As you're coming down the stairs into the tap room. And how would Humphrey have reacted to that? I guess ignoring her, or how would you have?
Yeah, I said he's busily on purpose, or he's
Okay.
busy on purpose, so he really doesn't notice her. So he's
Okay.
just like channeling like the tunnel view, and all the time since he heard that Letha's part of the expedition, right? He just tried to ignore the fact or run away from the fact that they will meet again. So he's hope that the strategy will work out, which it certainly won't.
Yeah, we'll see. Just quickly in the chat, someone said that the sound was a bit low on Jakob and Carmen.
Yes.
Jakob, your sound's okay now. I've just altered it from my side. Carmen, yours was a little bit quiet maybe before. Do you have like a volume adjuster on your microphone?
Yeah, I have. Let me give it a notch. Should be better now.
Okay. Yeah, if people, as we're talking, if people can just let us know in chat if it's too loud now or something, let us know. We'll readjust those just to make sure it's all hunky dory. Okay.
Perfect.
So there's that whole awkward thing going on between the two of you, which I guess Gwen is completely oblivious to. She doesn't know anything about your shared history. She's a scholar. She's kind of like, her mind is on different things right now. All that she kind of cared about was that if anyone was going to sit at the table with her, she kind of wanted Humphrey to sit there because she knows Humphrey. You're both boggarts. Yeah. In fact, let me just get her on the. Let me get her onto the thingy here. So Gwen's in the room too. This artwork, by the way, for those watching, lines up with the players above them. So Humphrey is the character below Jakob's video feed. Litha is the one below Carmen's video feed, and Santiago is the one below Rasmus's feed. And then the NPCs that come up are under my feed here. So, and this is all official artwork from the game as well. Okay, so. Just as you're kind of finishing your plates of food, Santiago's just finished his first plate of food.
Yep.
Maybe your first
and he
first
taking
beer.
his hat off and taking his cape off, and yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
One
Okay.
beer down and first plate, and then change it over. And if one is looking at some small pieces of travelable food, might end up in a bag.
Yeah.
So he takes
Okay.
A mold roll of bread roll made of mold and puts it back into
Sure.
a bag or something, just for safety's sake.
There are a couple of other patrons from the tavern or from the inn who are coming down and starting to get breakfast as well. So there's plenty of opportunities for you to sneak some food in. Not unlike when we were at the hotel for Spiel Essen.
Yes, exactly.
Making
Lunch.
belegtes Brötchen at the buffet, breakfast buffet, so we didn't have to queue up for lunch at Spielessen. And then sneaking our rolls out of the hotel. Yeah, anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. And he
right.
he looks over to Luther and says, "Oh, and I'm not sure we probably met.
I'm
Did I
not
get
sure
your-
either.
No.
So you're sitting
Well-
at our table right now already, or you're still in the all right, all right.
No, we're at
Was
your
it-
table.
Okay. Yeah. Then we are that. Well, my name is Santiago Gracia Wilfredo Eduardo Ramirez Villar. At your service.
Be a lot. Do you have a short version?
Oh, Santiago is fine.
Oh, okay, my name's Lisa, by the way.
And then you hear a screech of a knife over Humphrey's plate, like over his dish, and you see him raising his head for the first time, looking to fixating on Santiago, and just a little his eyes just hushing over to Letha and widening in surprise and fear before fixating back on Santiago and Humphrey Lockwood.
Oh, nice to meet you, Humphrey.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Humphrey.
Nice to meet you too, Letha. And I tip my head again. You've been doing good for yourself. I see.
I try.
Oh, my internet is going in and out, in and out, in and out. Can you let the chat know just until it settles down? It might have.
Might not be.
I think now it's back, right? We're back.
Yeah.
At least I
think
see
so.
my face moving. But
Bit.
all right.
Oh,
Yep, we are back.
exactly at the wrong moment. Yeah.
Yeah, when Matt's not there, the internet is back.
Yeah,
like-
that's.
But it seems still
What
a
does
bit
that
spotty
say?
here. Oh yeah. Oh no. Is he moving in the background?
Yeah, Matt is moving.
Yeah. Ooh.
Matt is
Oh, wow.
moving. Matt is moving.
But this moving. Hey.
Is the stream stopped?
Yep.
The stream is
No,
back
it-
on,
Yep.
yeah.
It's back.
Yes.
Fairies nibbling on cables, yeah, sure.
It's not live. Are you sure it's live? Can people like hear me and everything?
Yeah? Can you hear Matt?
Yeah. Pretty
Please
sure
write in
they
the
do.
chat.
Because
Write in the
my
comments.
my YouTube studio is showing that there's nothing happening, which is very weird.
Okay.
I'm gonna refresh.
So I see you in the stream.
Indeed. Yes.
And yeah, Caverna Dulikis says it's live,
People
and
are-
Tim also says it's live.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like I can't see the chat. Hold on a second. I don't want to mess with it because if I'm just gonna leave YouTube Studio running in the background because it seems like it might be working. I won't be able to see any of the chat, so apologies for this. Anyone else, if you see anything in chat, you can cover it for me. Okay, well, the internet here might cut out again. Hopefully it won't. Apologies for this. Yeah, I live in the countryside, so it does occasionally happen. Right, where were we?
Uh,
Awkwardness at the table, right?
awkwardness at the table. Let's commence. Yeah, Humphrey is raising up a bit and is leaning back exaggeratedly relaxed and say, "Oh, I'm doing well." And you see how he's looking shabby. His hair is like, not too well. His head has seen very much better days. You see little pattern of dust on his shoulders and on his sleeves while he's playing with the fork, his gaze brushing over your face and then switching back to Santiago. And not too bad. Doing fine, actually.
Okay. Good for you then. Probably.
Good for you too.
So, Santiago, I was told you were famous. What for?
Famous and famous. Yeah, well, I was the first to. I was the first to clear the biggest and oldest fencing school with highest remarks in the whole horde.
You were famous for going to school.
One could say that, but yeah.
Gwen
also
Gwen
my
looks
father
up
was
suddenly interested.
Yeah. My father was kind of a big deal, and he left me my lancet and my name. Not so much
Gwen-
of the money.
Gwen says, "Oh, that kind of school. Oh, right." And it goes back to, like, she has some papers in front of her that she's kind of shuffling through.
Yes, that kind of school.
What kind of school exactly?
Oh, a fencing academy. You know, where you learn how to behave and stab people.
I see. So,
You can anyone looking will see that Gwen is kind of, while she's looking down, kind of like rolls her eyes a bit. By the way, fencing is a very old-fashioned kind of romantic type of fighting that doesn't really happen anymore. So, which you'll all know.
which just highlights my ignorance by asking, so you're some sort of a mercenary?
Well, technically yes, but I'm more looking at this as part of my life adventure, gathering experience, meeting new interesting people. Yeah.
A good one.
Where?
Yeah, like here. You seem to have an excellent history.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent history indeed.
Just at that moment, Gustav and Juliet come down the stairs, and they're looking very, very elegant. In fact, you kind of wonder how Juliet has managed to make herself look so well made up in a tavern. You imagine she must have had different facilities to the rooms that you had. But as they kind of float almost over towards your table, you get a bit of a whiff of perfume as well, like a kind of a honey, a bit of a honey
Santiago
sort of
stands
scent.
up.
Oh, hello, Gustav says. I see you're all having breakfast. Excellent. We've already eaten in our rooms, so that's fine. Will you be ready to leave soon?
Sure.
Just-
Anytime
looking-
you need.
Oh, Gwen, if
Yes.
that's all right with you. Of course, you're part of this expedition as well. Gwen kind of looks shyly at him and says, I'm done eating. Excellent.
Humphrey stands up. as well.
Santiago bends over and quickly shoves the food into his mouth. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the rest into his
soon as-
pockets.
As soon as Gustav says, "Are the preparations done?" Humphrey stands up, claps with his hands, his palms against the desk table, and says, "Yeah, just a second." And awkwardly walks around the table to pick up the luggage and prepare for departure.
Okay. As Humphrey exits, Gustav then says, so you've been getting to know each other, I take it?
Little.
Santiago, is that a beer I see in front of you? Starting a bit early, are we?
wow, well, on travels, it's not always possible to get beer later, so it's better to have them earlier.
As long as when we need you, you know where to stick that lancetta.
Oh,
Not-
of course I do. And it's
not in
on
one of
your
us.
Time. No, of course not. Even though I'm very, very impressed by your tactics at the table. Gaming table.
When you say it's on your dime, Juliet gives a little snort, like a little slightly disgusted look on her face. She's not looking at you.
Santiago
In fact, she's not looking at any of
smiles.
you. She's kind of like just kind of like looking around the tavern a bit, not saying anything either.
Enduring the company.
During the-
Pretty much. Okay, so Humphrey finishes his preparations, and you all make your way outside, and we'll just kind of.
Santiago,
Sorry?
if you want, Humphrey didn't finish as well, so he just ate a few
Okay.
pieces and left most of the stuff on this plate, so I can just grab my portion as well.
Discreetly,
Discreetly,
he
of
grabs
course.
pieces. It's
I
not
was sitting-
showing off that he needs to. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting next
Yeah,
to
you
the exit, so
tried.
you can just grab it while walking by. Yeah.
You also notice.
Santiago is trying to grab for something, but it's no longer there.
Aha.
And Lisa goes nom nom nom.
Oh yeah.
He's probably used to it. So as you're leaving the tavern, the kind of matron runs out and kind of stops Gustav. Actually, kind of touches his arm, and Gustav kind of flinches at the touch and turns, looking really angry. And then when he sees it's the matron, kind of says, "What is it? What is it?" And basically, he needs to pay for the tab, and hadn't done it yet. So he kind of looks a bit disgusted, and you can see him pulling out some banknotes, which is a little bit unusual here, where in this town. And it says, "Well, will this do?" And you can see the matron looking at it and kind of maybe a little bit confused before she kind of accepts it and says, "Oh yes, that should cover it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll see you again next time you're in town. Yes." And he just turns his back without replying and makes his way over to the carriage, and then he helps his new wife into the carriage, and says, "Well, whenever we're ready, let's go."
So, like, we got one carriage with that is drawn by a mouse. So, I suppose the rest of us are walking by foot.
It's
right?
not very fast. Yeah, it's just that
Yeah.
they don't have to soil their boots or shoes or whatever they're wearing. You do actually notice, in fact, that Gustav is kind of has what looks like military boots on. He looks like he's an officer. He's not wearing. I mean, the artwork we're seeing is artwork for an actual like officer in their parade uniform. He's not in his parade uniform, but it does look like he has his boots on, his officer's boots on. And Juliet is actually also wearing kind of traveling boots. They're very fashionable, but they also look quite practical. So they're not like, they're not like stilettos or or slippers or anything like that. They are relatively practical. Which I guess Humphrey is probably the one who's going to be most... Oh, actually Litha as well, probably the two most noticing that, as you're the ones more used to taking people out into... Well, probably more Litha than Humphrey, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, as you start making your way through the streets of Walford towards the towards the gate, I guess, the kind of the entrance to the city, you'll be aware that there are town guards who kind of stay on patrol and who are actually posted at the gates. And one of their jobs is to check the paperwork for any weapons that are passing through. And both Gwen and Santiago have a bit of a problem here. But before we get to them, Gustav kind of signals to Humphrey.
Okay. Yeah, do I know what the signal means? So just
He's calling you over, like he wants to talk to you.
Oh yeah. I'm coming over to the window of the carriage and sir.
Humphrey, right? Your name is Humphrey?
Yes, sir. Lockwood.
Yes,
Humphrey
yeah.
Lockwood. That's my name,
Right.
sir.
Well, Humphrey, I have a bit of a dilemma here. This my weapon. And he kind of shows you the handle of his half scissor. I've lost the paperwork. It's rather embarrassing, but I've lost the paperwork for this. So I don't want any kind of drama. I just want to get out of this place. So is there a way you could find a place to hide this before we get to the gates, just so that the guards don't find it? Maybe, I don't know, under the carriage or something. They probably won't look under there.
That's what I thought of, sir. I check it. Yeah.
Excellent. He kind of hands you his half scissor, which is a fairly standard melee weapon, like a sword, basically.
Yeah. So do I have the paperwork for my keysket, for my heavy keysket?
Everyone, you all have kind of paperwork for your weapons, apart from Santiago, who has a pistol that's illegal. And Gwen also has an illegal pistol. So Gwen and Santiago, when you kind of overhear this, and Gwen actually looks at Santiago, who has, I guess he's got like 2 pistols tucked into his bandolier, maybe.
As the pictures, it's like that. So I guess that's so.
Yeah,
could
maybe.
Could I have a spare, secret pocket in my coat? I could slip it into.
Sure. Yeah.
Then
I mean, they're likely to check. They're likely to check like cloaks and make you like check pockets and bags and things like that. Yeah. That's standard operating procedure. So I guess when you came in, you were probably a little bit more creative with how you hid it. However you came into town.
Try to take the pistol. Is it 2 or 1?
It said. I mean, the character sheet says like singular pistol.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't really make any difference mechanically in the game if you have 1 or 2. Oh. So if you want to have 2, so it matches the artwork, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, let's say that. I was imagining 1, but 2 is okay. And I'm guessing I'm gonna take them out and flip the bandolier with the guns over so the holsters in on the backside, so it doesn't immediately visible. And then I'll look over to Gwen and to Humphrey. Hey, Humphrey, friend.
Yeah, I'm still holding this sword somehow.
Let me help you, and could we also hide this? And maybe I look over to Gwen and say, "Do you have anything?"
What do you mean, Mister?
Well, if you're gonna hide that one, you can hide these as well.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe.
There's kind of not a lot of. If you're going underneath, you actually are able to find a spot where there's like where the axles are for the two sets of wheels, where you can kind of just position the half scissor so it's kind of one end, each end is kind of resting on the axle, and it kind of works. And you think as long as it doesn't get like too bumpy, it shouldn't come off, and it doesn't. It's a nice paved road all the way to the gate. But if you try and rest a pistol on there, it's not really going to work.
But no, I was thinking Humphrey was primarily thinking about the mouse, because I don't know what deed of mouse this is, if they got rather long hair, but they have some sort of a
I'm going to go with
to pardon?
I just to make this a little bit more tricky. I'm going to say it's a short-haired mouse.
A short-haired mouse. But maybe they got a belt around the neck of the mouse to lock them to the carriage, and
it has actually. Well, we'll go with this. It has like a horse would have. It has like a blanket over its back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then sitting on top of that is the yoke device that it's kind of pulling the carriage. So you could slip a pistol maybe under the blanket, theoretically, something like that.
I primarily wanted to tuck the scabbard. I think the sword is in the scabbard, right? I don't want to gut the mouse, but
yeah, I don't. In fact, he would have given you the scabbard. I think you could just keep the scabbard with the sword in the scabbard and stick it underneath.
Yes, and I wanted to stick it underneath the belt of the mouse, because the mouse is it's a little bit lower, right? So you're
gonna put the sword and the thing under the mouse's blanket.
Not under the blanket, but that's the mouse, and this is the belt. I want to tuck the sword with the scabbard under the belt, and I think.
But going like along the spine of the mouse, that direction.
Yes.
It's quite. I mean, we're talking like the length of this half scissor is gonna be like the length of not quite a long sword, but like a standard sword. So something like. To us, it would be. I actually, Rasmus is the one to tell us. But like, you know, like a long sword can be it can be like 6 feet long theoretically. So whatever, like what you would consider like a broadsword, a standard sword for them. So we're talking, it's going to be almost like more than a meter long.
Okay.
So pretty.
So
I mean, yeah. Sorry.
I imagined. I don't know what the real relations are between the height relations between a mouse and us are, but I thought since the mouse is not lower to the ground, it would be easier to conceal the blade without it getting damaged, lying on like the axis of the carriage. So,
Okay.
But if you say the sword is too long for the mouse and it
Well, it's kind of impede it. Like if you're putting underneath the mouse, it's going to kind of impede its movement because it's quite long. And if you put it anywhere else, I can't see how it would be hidden really, because the belt is going sideways around the mouse. Yeah.
You know what? I would like to do this because I'm a beastmaster and I also not that bad at craft. So
Yeah.
I'd like to I want to walk beside the mouse and tuck the scabbard below the mouse and hide the pistol under the blanket.
Okay.
And then I walk like I'm the mouse, like I'm leading the mouse, right? Because if you got a horse, if you lead it through the streets, and I want to do basically do that.
Okay, so to hide the weapons, you're gonna have to make a roll, and
Sure.
because you're the one who's hiding them, you're gonna be the only one making this roll. And I'm just thinking about the best skill for this. So I'm just gonna actually show the for the people watching. This is what the character sheets look like. We're using a Google Sheets character sheet for this, and basically you can see on the left-hand side here where it says Society, Academia, War, and Street. Those are the fields, kind of like the attributes. This is the number of points you have in them, so 1, 1, 2, and 2. And then the skills are the 20 that sit underneath them, so 5 for each. I think it's definitely going to be a street thing, because street is all about like acting stealthily, secretly, that sort of thing. And then it's kind of difficult for me to think about which one exactly to use. It's either going to be illusion, which is trying to like use misdirection, I think, or it could be something like caution, which is but caution is for me more like awareness, more like awareness. And illusion to me is more about like misdirection. So I think illusion is the right one. So we're gonna go with street illusion. I was looking at the wrong one. Oh, that's actually one of your best skills there. So
and it doesn't make a difference if I take illusion or caution. But yeah, so I have 2 in street, right? So I get 2 dice to my pool for street.
Yep.
And then I have 3 in illusion, so I get 3 more.
An additional 3.
5.
Pool of 5.
Yes.
Yep. And then the one thing to look at, it doesn't apply to you, but you also have traits, and your 2 traits are Sharpshooter and Beastmaster. They have nothing to do with like deception, so you don't get any additional kind of either dice or free rerolls or anything like that. So the way the game works
didn't read
is
it right now because it's only for combat, right? Against large, huge, or giant beasts, not.
yeah, but I think I'm okay for
beast
like
handling or something
we're
like
not actually rolling for that. Beastmaster's not coming into this role, so that's more just like for me, it's like a narrative aspect of your character. So that's fine. So what I want from you is this is gonna be you're gonna be making a basic test. So you're gonna roll your 5 dice, and you're gonna try and get 2 successes on the dice. Or sorry, 2 matching dice of any number. So this game is a bit like Yahtzee, where you're rolling dice and you're looking for pairs or triples, 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, etc. And for a basic success, you just need to have 1 matching pair. So go ahead and give your dice a roll and let me know if you've got at least 1 matching pair, please.
Yep, that's exactly one basic success, 2 4s, and
and nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
There's no need for you to re-roll because the difficulty was basic. You got what you needed, and what that basically means is, you've hid them well enough in such a way because you kind of know your way around a mouse, and you're kind of standing there, also kind of like misdirecting things as you're going. That when you get to the guards and they kind of give everyone a once-over to look for, any contraband and also, checking paperwork. They look very bored, And they also notice when Gustav's kind of like starts making impatient sounds, they kind of speed things up a little bit quicker, and eventually just let you through. So, all right. Once you're through and out of sight of the guards, Santiago's like, very, very good, Humphrey. Well done. Can I have my weapon back, please?
It's Gustav, I suppose.
Gustav
Except
says.
you're
Oh.
playing.
Yeah, Gustav. I apologize.
Character right now. No.
That's what Gustav
Yes.
says, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. And Santiago is more like, oh, that's splendid, and goes over and tries to fetch his pistols by himself.
Mm-hmm. And
Just
Gwen.
a second, sir. And I fetch the sword and the scabbard from below the mouse, and I just, out of sight of the carriage windows, I try to rub the mouse hair a little bit off, so the posh ones won't choose me as the next butt. So yeah, and I reach it back to him through the window. The sword.
Okay. Yep. So he takes it back, hooks the scabbard back onto his belt, which is a bit awkward in the carriage, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just kind of like lays it next to him. And you continue on your way. I'm assuming Litha is going to be in the front of the kind of the group because you're the guide.
Yeah, from the point where we get into unfamiliar terrain, I will start to lead on the front.
Okay.
And look out for anything coming for us.
Okay.
And picking the best route for our little party.
Yeah. So we're going to kind of move the story along a little bit. You travel for basically the entirety of the day on the direction towards Chesterfield, which is the city that you're heading towards. And you can see the sofa in the distance, like a distant mountain, or range of mountains. And you're kind of, I wouldn't say you've covered half the distance to it, but you make good progress from Walford. And as it's starting to get dark, as the kind of light that kind of filters into the room through the various windows and things starts to darken, as night starts settling, you start turning towards looking for a place to set up camp. Now, there are some kind of ancient tufts of carpet kind of dotted around, and there are plenty, like lots of mushrooms that you've been passing through, like groves of mushrooms, of various different types of mushroom that are kind of dotted all around the floor here in the living room. And yeah, you see up ahead, kind of just as you're starting to think about making camp, you see one particularly large mushroom kind of growing up on its own, and it's got a very, very big cap at the top, which looks like it might be a prime place to stop to keep the wind a little bit away from you, that sort of thing. It obviously doesn't rain inside the house, but it can get a bit damp, and there are some winds that blow through it, so there are drafts and things. So that seems like it could be a potentially good spot for a camp.
Okay, great. I'm going to point that one out to the group, and suggesting over to the carriage that we or drop back to the window of the carriage, slowly give it a tap.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Why don't you give me a roll as well? This is just as you're kind of looking around at the campsite, like just to check everything, like, it's a good spot for the camp and everything like that. And I think the best way for this, the best one for this is probably investigation, which is about gathering information. It talks about noticing details and that sort of thing, right?
Sure.
Which is under academia.
Wow. That is...
It's not a lot.
Not really many dice that I have here, so let's try it out.
Hold on a second. Wait a second.
I have
We
a
have
Pathfinder trait.
There's also an exploration skill I've just seen under street.
Yeah.
Right.
Finding your bearings in the wild, traveling through wild lands. You can also
Makeshift
survive
shelter.
hostile. So I think we'll go with exploration. That makes more sense. And not academia either. Because street is all about wild lands as well. Yep. So
right. And
so we're gonna
I
go with
have
street
a
and
Pathfinder
exploration.
trait.
Mm-hmm.
So will that count for this? Okay, it's for finding trails and
Not in
find a
this.
bearing in the wild.
Not in this for this specific. I'm not telling you what this specific role is for.
Yep.
Just that you want to try and get the best success that you can.
Okay.
So 5 dice.
Well, yep, that is 1 success. 2 5s.
So if you put the 2 5s to one side, the remaining
Yes.
3 dice, you can choose to try and remake it. You get 1 re-roll that you can do for every roll. Well, you can also go all
Try.
in at the end, which is quite
Okay.
risky. And what you would do
Well, I will
is,
try.
oh, hold on. If you make the roll, and you don't get anything, if you don't get at least 1 other success or an additional 5 to make your pair a 3 of a kind, you lose your basic success.
Okay.
So
By
that's
going
the way
all
the
in
dice.
Or by...
No, just by making a reroll. That's some of the traits let you have a free reroll where that's not the case. But if you don't have
Yeah.
that, then there's always a risk to be had. So you need to get at least a 5 or another pair to keep
Okay.
what you've got. So
Yeah. We're
gonna
here
do
to
it?
gamble, so let's do this.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
sure. Oh yeah, and that worked. It's another 5. So I
Okay,
got 3
woo.
5s.
So 3 of a kind is a critical success. So that's good because with the critical success, not only are you sure that the mushroom is going to be able to protect the camp, as you're kind of looking at it and just checking like where's the best place to kind of set things up, where are you going to put the carriage off to like as close to the stem as you can, that sort of thing. You notice that the cap of the mushroom is lined with what looks like some sort of damp mold. And you have a feeling that it's almost certainly going to freeze during the night, and it's probably not going to be a very good thing because it's going to lower the temperature. It could even drip onto any fire that you make, and it's probably better to take shelter somewhere else.
Okay.
Or you could just try and mitigate it as much as you can. Yeah, but you think it's going to be a problem.
Alrighty. I will relay that to our employees. So I will give a tap to the window of the carriage and talk back to them. See if they open up and in what mood they are to.
Well, they've both
They
got
want
out
to
and they're
travel
kind of
further.
stretching. They're stretching their legs too, so they're actually not in the carriage at this point. But when you relay the information to them, Juliet goes, "Oh, isn't it all the same out here? Does it really matter where we make camp? It's gonna be cold. That's why we have why we build a fire. What does it matter if there's a bit
Sure.
of damp mold around, or whatever you called it, around this mushroom?"
Well,
Just-
it's something that can come down.
I
And,
suppose you're the expert.
It's large enough, so I'm just asking you, do you mind traveling for a bit more? Or are you insisting on making camp here?
Gustav, do we really have to keep going? I'm so tired. And Gustav is like, oh, Juju, please, it's... Litha is an expert. She knows what she's doing, I'm sure. If you think it's best that we move on, do you think we can find somewhere else before it gets too dark? There's all sorts of creepy
Probably.
crawlies that come out, as you well know, at night. We don't want to be caught by anything that we can't see. Maybe if we go
Sure.
back a ways, is there somewhere else we found that might be suitable?
Do you remember any places that are a bit
Sure.
back?
Other, like I mentioned, there were some groves of mushrooms, so you could track back for like in maybe half an hour, maybe, and you could get back to a grove of brown mushrooms. They weren't not quite as tall, but there were quite a few of them. You're not sure if they have the mold issue or not, but that's also a potential possibility.
Yeah. I'd suggest track back for this shorter amount of time instead of risking precious Juju getting hit by some moldy icicle stuff.
You see, Juju, she has your best interests at heart. Let the lady do her job. All right, if we must. Okay, you pack everything back up. You go back half an hour-ish. It's now getting quite dark. You stopped kind of around sunset. It's now like, just before it's kind of super dark. There's still a little bit of maybe like moonlight coming in through the windows. So there's a little bit of light to see still. Maybe the last traces of dusk as well. And it's just when you get to this grove of mushrooms. There's only a small like number of them, probably about a dozen or so. But you thought they were brown mushrooms. They're actually like a grayish mushroom. I don't know the variety. You will definitely probably know the variety. They're relatively big, not as big as the other one, but because they're kind of clustered together, there's a spot kind of where you can find right in the center. It's a bit damp and a bit squishy. But if you kind of make your way a little bit more towards the edge of this grove, there's some dry spots where you think it'll make a good spot. You don't see any kind of that kind of damp mold around the edges of these ones. So, yeah, you make your camp. Okay. You set up the camp. You get a fire going, and then you need to take watches. So the way it's going to work is we're going to do 4 watches for the night, and all you need to do is let me know who's going to be taking a watch. Gustav offers to take a watch, but he says he's tired and he'd rather not take the first watch, if that's all the same. Maybe the second or third watch.
Second and the third watches are the most annoying watches because you get interrupted sleep. So
yes, then the third watch would be fine for me.
Humphrey would volunteer to take the second or the third watch, but Gustav wants to take the third watch.
I'd go first.
Oh, okay. Then I get a long sleep and make breakfast. That's your choice.
Oh, shit.
Okay. So Litha's taking the first watch. Humphrey's taking the second watch. Gustav's taking the third watch. Santiago's taking the fourth. Got it. Okay. Yep. So for each of you, for your watches, go on. Sorry.
I just wanted to note that Humphrey, during our journey through the day, Humphrey would have scouted ahead, looking for tracks of critters or other littlings that have ill in mind, and just would have reported back to our group. Just
sure. You didn't notice anything, at least nothing fresh. Yeah. Maybe you've seen some tracks from some roaches, but roaches are pretty. I mean, they will attack if they feel that they can attack someone, but they're kind of cowardly.
Yeah.
And roaches are, like when you look if you look in the book at the adversary section, the very first adversary is roaches. So it's like they're the least dangerous of the adversaries you might face. So it's kind of normal that they're kind of all over the place. I mean, the roaches, right? You get cockroaches in a house if there's no one living there. And yeah, other than that, you don't see anything else worrying that you can tell. You did have a good look around this little copse to make sure there were no, critters lying in wait somewhere inside. It's again not a very big one, and yeah, you feel relatively, as long as the fire stays going, and you stay awake, and someone's awake and feeding the fire, doesn't fall asleep and forget to let it go out, then it should be fine. You think, but that's why you have somebody on a watch, right? Just to make sure if something approaches, you can sound the warning. Okay, so Litha is going to start. I need a will plus street roll. So the way it works in the book, when it's giving you, it tells you the skill first and the field second. So will plus street.
Okay.
Which, if we look, will is under war.
Yeah.
This one here, and you've got 2 in it.
Yep.
And street is 2. So you're going to be rolling 4 dice. You need a basic success.
Right.
You're making 2 rolls here. So the first one is for staying awake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is 1 basic success.
Perfect. So you manage to stay awake for your shift. And the second one is caution plus street.
Okay. That is 5.
Yeah, both of them are under the street one at the bottom there. Yep, 5. So again, you just need a basic.
Also 1 basic success. It's 2.
All right. So you you manage to keep a good eye on everything going around for you, and keep the fire well lit. And your shift passes, and you wake up Humphrey for the second watch and go into your. How do you wake Humphrey up, by the way? Because this is probably the two of you sharing sharing the crossover. Like, why don't we roleplay this a little bit?
Yeah. So Humphrey stayed a little bit at the fire, cleaning his keysket. And also for dinner, he didn't eat very much. He just took a few bites out of the mushrooms, the dried mushrooms they probably had with them, and kept the rest vanished in one of his pockets. And yeah.
Okay, but I guess you're probably sleeping right now when I finish my watch. Yeah. So she will very stealthily sneak up on you.
Yeah.
And but she's not unkind. She's not going to be a dick about it. But she will make sure you don't notice when she approaches, so you don't wake up early.
I suppose Humphrey being a light sleeper, so.
Yeah, but she is quiet.
Okay.
She's
wanna
good at
make
this.
a roll about it, or just wanna role play it?
Oh, why not? We could.
Okay.
If Matt wants us, but
There are rules for contested roles that you can do. So basically, you just both of you make a roll, and whoever gets the better success wins. And if you get a tie, then we'll figure that out.
Okay, so caution for me, right?
I think caution for sure, street and caution.
Yeah.
And for me, is illusion probably because I want to sneak up on him.
Yeah. Illusion is all about stealth. So, yeah. So you're rolling the same dice pool. Both of you are rolling 5 dice.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can even do re-rolls too.
Okay, I got 2 basic successes.
I got 1 basic success. I'm wanna up for a reroll. All or nothing.
Alright.
Here it comes. Oh yeah, this is a quadruple. 4
Oh,
sixes.
that's an extreme success.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good.
Okay.
In the background, you hear Santiago snoring a little bit.
Litha can't. So sorry, Carmen. You can't actually re-roll. So you're only allowed to re-roll dice that are unassigned to a current success. So if you were to re-roll, you would only be really rolling the 1, and the maximum you could get would be a 3 of a kind, and you're not going to beat the 4 of a kind. So you're sneaking up, and Humphrey suddenly kind of wakes up, and you can roleplay the rest.
You don't really. You know you didn't do a sound while sneaking, but when you reach Humphrey, his eyes are open, and you hear some. It's time.
Okay, damn. You haven't lost your skill. Yeah, it's time for you.
And not a chance. To lose any of it. And you see he slept in his cloak like total lost it. Yeah, just standing up. You didn't lose a skill either. Still very sly.
Still gotta train a lot though.
I bet.
Don't run away. Nighty night.
Yeah, don't not show up, he said. While your Omen was already leaving, I suppose. And then alone I said, oh, never mind. And yeah, I'm going to the fire, and I'm kneeling down by the fire, and I want to arrange the logs that they burn longer, not that bright, but longer. And then Humphrey would like to get out of the shine of the fire to have a better view of the surroundings, and not to blend himself by looking into the fire, just with his.
You wanna go full emo? I got it.
No, I want to go night watch, full night watch, and
Okay.
not getting
I get
my eyes accustomed to the light.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I can hear the excuse. It's fine, but yeah.
No, that's how you do it. No.
That's why
Yeah,
you're wearing all
yeah.
black for the night watch.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I got it.
But it's gray now because of all the mold and the dust.
Yeah, that's true. But that's gonna blend in where you are right now, so that's fine. Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
why don't you give me 2 rolls, one at a time. So the first one is again, it's your will plus street.
Okay. This is
So this is
also
for you
5.
to stay awake.
Yes, this is also 5.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a basic success.
That's all you needed. That's fine.
Yes, fantastic.
So you manage to stay awake for your. You're not gonna fall asleep during your watch. And if you can then make the second one, which is caution and street, which
Okay,
is
also
5. And that's for you to stay vigilant.
Yeah. So Humphrey doesn't eat that much on purpose, just to keep a little bit on edge.
Okay.
And this is. Oh yeah, those are 2 basic successes basically.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I use the second one for something, for an additional action? Something like, I don't know, maybe I forge something or.
There is a way that you can pass them on, but it's usually in something related. And I think this is for like a role that's taking quite a few hours, right? So maybe you can pass it on. It doesn't make a lot of sense to pass it on in this moment. It's more like if you're in a combat situation or something like that, if that makes sense.
I can pass it on to Gustav and get him his good books.
Sure. Okay, so you wake up.
So, yeah.
You wake up, Gustav, at the end of your shift.
Yeah. And I.
Oh, is it my turn already? All right.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I've done many watches in my service. It's fun, actually. Takes me back to my training. Oh, let's keep my voice down. You get some sleep, Humphrey. I'll take it from here. I know the score, don't worry. He gives you a wink.
If I may, there are cockroach tracks right down the hill outside of the grove. I think they are cold, but smaller critters follow them sometimes, eating the droppings. So don't you worry. No danger from there.
I don't need the details, Humphrey. I'm not afraid of a few roaches. I've got my... He pats his half scissor. I've got my scissor here if I need it.
Of course.
Don't you worry. Just go to sleep. Thank you for the warning, of course.
Sir, good watch.
All right. So you sleep?
Yeah. Humphrey goes back to sleep, rolling up in his cloak.
Okay.
Litha's curled up like a ball. She's just a bagel.
So I want all of you to make a roll for me.
Of course,
Okay.
the fucker sleeps.
Do not worry the roaches, Gustav. Do not worry the roaches.
And it's going to be street and caution. Street plus caution.
Okay.
So if we look at each of you, Humphrey's got 5, Litha's got 5, Santiago has 4. And we just need basic successes from each of you.
Again, 2 basic successes.
Okay.
1 basic success.
Okay, that's good.
Can I?
Humphrey and Litha. Humphrey wakes up a little bit before Litha does, to suddenly realize that it's light. It's light out. No one's woken you, but you weren't meant to be starting a shift here. You can hear some gentle snoring coming from where you know Santiago was sleeping. Then Litha wakes up, and kind of just as you're both kind of waking up, and like, oh, it's daytime already. Okay, you kind of start glancing around, and you realize that Gustav and Juju are gone. The fire has been built up, so it's kind of dying down now. But obviously Gustav put quite a lot of logs onto the fire. But it's clear he didn't wake Santiago up for the fourth watch. Or if he did, Santiago fell asleep. But it doesn't look like Santiago has moved from his position from where he went to sleep at the beginning of the beginning of the night.
Yeah, I exchange a terrified glance with Litha.
Litha is instantly panicking
Well,
because that's her contract.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shit, yeah, is Gwen still there?
Santiago's as well.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sleeping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I.
Gwen is there.
just-
Gwen is still sleeping.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No, not that. No.
Why don't the two of you, before you wake Santiago up, you let Santiago get a few more minutes of sleep before you freak him out. Before you let him know he's going to have terrible things happen to him. Why don't you both give me an exploration test?
Yeah,
So straight up
sure.
street plus exploration as you kind of look around the campsite.
just a basic success.
I
think-
want to know the best success that you managed to get on this.
Okay, so I reroll.
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah, this is a critical success. I got 3 5s.
Okay,
and a
perfect.
6
3
and a 1.
2s.
So you both got critical. Okay, with those good rolls, you both kind of come to the same conclusion, which is you see no signs of some sort of like a scuffle or a fight, and you kind of are suspecting that because it probably would have woken you up if like something came. Even if some sort of like big spider came and managed to quietly take one of them. I mean, these are the things lurking at the back of your minds as hunters, is like, what are the kind of creepy crawlies that could come? If it was roaches, they kind of would be a bit louder, but it could have been a spider very quietly like taking them. Spider probably wouldn't have just stopped at the two of them. It probably would have taken all of you.
Yeah.
And you actually, because of those critical successes, you actually see 2 sets of footprints leading off.
So he took the time to wake her up and take her with him. Like a luring predator.
That's when Gwen and Santiago roughly wake up as you're
Humphrey.
looking around for evidence.
I think they just went off. They weren't taken.
Yeah,
What?
something.
What?
Maybe,
What are you saying?
maybe something was luring them out.
I
You know
don't
what?
think so.
Why would they leave?
Why would they leave?
Are they heading to Chesterfield by themselves? That doesn't make any sense.
The carriage is still there, right?
Yeah. The tracks do not lead towards Chesterfield or back towards Walford. They head off in a kind of tangential direction.
Did they take their weapons?
What?
Like, is the sword? and
Yeah,
They've
everything
taken
Their baggage.
they didn't have a lot of baggage with them, but any of their belongings are also missing, so they've taken their belongings with them.
But and you're
Gwen,
saying they went that way?
Gwen is suddenly in a panic. You can see her rifling through her bag and pulling some of her books and like flapping them like this, like holding the covers open and flapping the pages around. It's gone! It's gone! It's gone!
What is gone, Gwen?
Gunners?
The page! Argo's page!
Argo?
Did you tell them before? I don't know.
She
really
would have
what it
talked
is.
to
Did they
Humphrey
know?
about it. She would have told Humphrey about it.
That's important to her, right? That's
Yeah.
some kind of part of her research.
It's like an artifact. It's like the page. There's this ancient, not ancient. There's this this figure from past history called Argo the philosopher, and his life work was to study contracts, and he kind of went missing in kind of mysterious circumstances. So there's a lot of almost like Indiana Jones-esque like mythology that's risen around this sort of now quasi-mythical figure called Argo the philosopher. And you know that Gwen has been kind of obsessed with him for a long time, because she's probably was talking to you when you kind of first met up with her, Humphrey specifically.
When Santiago hears this, he walks slowly over to his coat and just checks his inner pocket for a piece of a map.
There's a half a map still in there. You didn't tell anyone in the group
Nope.
that you had it, so
No, not yet. I haven't
no.
had the opportunity.
Otherwise, it might have been missing.
Yeah, I'm happy.
And
I
Gwen is
put
instantly
my
like,
clothes on. Yeah.
they must have taken it. They must have taken my map, my page.
a map.
We have to get it back. We have to, Humphrey. We have to get it back.
Yeah, but it's a
No
map
buts.
or it's a book.
Sorry, that was me.
Why-
That was
what
me
they-
slipping. No one said map. She doesn't know that there's a map. Yep, the map is. There's no
Okay.
map.
Okay.
There is no map.
Okay. So, but what would they want with a page of a book in the wilds?
I don't know.
Read it here by the fire.
Well, I did mention it. I'm sure I mentioned it to Gustav. He wanted to know why I wanted to travel to Chesterfield when I met up with him and his lovely wife. So he must have.
Why what?
I don't know why they wanted. I don't know, but we have to track them down. You said you found footprints. They're tracks. We have to follow them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we have to make sure the camp is not unguarded. Just leave Gwen alone there. That's not the best idea. So,
Oh, I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you.
okay.
I can handle
So we
myself.
just bring the carriage and follow fast as we can. I
If-
feel like I have some kind of purpose to get that bastard back.
So, I think we
Wanted
should
to go under the couch. I will make them go under the couch.
kicking and screaming.
Oh.
All right.
So, I would.
Santiago looks over to Lisa and says, and just nods and say, "Yeah, that's a good plan."
I think we shouldn't take the carriage. If they went into the in-betweens, it might be way too dangerous. We could get stuck. So, hide our stuff. Take the mouse with us. Just the
Yeah,
basics.
we don't leave the mouse. I cannot leave the
Yeah.
mouse.
Okay,
That's-
if I may suppose something, Miss Summers, I scout a little bit ahead, look after the tracks, and my glance beams over to Letha shortly. You could secure the camp and load the important stuff onto the mouse. I'll be back in short time.
Uh, I like your plan, but honestly, I think you're a bit better with the luggage than I am. It's pretty heavy.
Oh, I can help.
There's no one out here. Why don't we just leave the luggage and go after them? They can't have been too far. Or bring the luggage with us.
I would advise against that.
We're wasting time. I need that page back.
I can agree. Can we just leave the carriage, bring the mouse, and just force on?
Yeah, Humphrey just whatever, and
Onwards.
to the party and following the tracks. Letha, do you want to lead? Do you take the lead? Because Humphrey wouldn't push himself into the foreground.
I would say
If you
you
would
can
do-
spend a bit of time to like pull the carriage a bit more into the grove and maybe put some like stuff
Yeah,
up against it,
suppose.
shrubbery, to try and disguise it from anyone who might be passing. Because this is like you're kind of near a major route going between these two cities, so it is possible that people will come along here, other littlelings. So you do want to do that?
Yes,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you'll
I
kind of.
have it.
I'm imagining because the two of you are seasoned hunters, that's gonna be like, yeah, you would have thought of that. Okay, so we'll just kind of move things along a little bit. You do that. You find the tracks again. It's been
Pick up
maybe about
fire.
an hour since you kind of realized they were gone since when you start off. It's now beyond dawn. It's kind of into the morning now. Some of you, I guess, especially Santiago, are kind of munching on trail rations on the move. And you follow the tracks. The tracks aren't always super easy to follow, so I want another exploration test from the two of you, Humphrey and Litha, because I'm assuming the two of you are at the front kind of trying to follow them.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Humphrey would
sense.
also, if no one says anything against it, Humphrey would scout ahead and come back to the group to relay if there was anything
Sure.
ahead.
So why don't you
Is
give
that
me
okay
the
for
first?
Litha?
Then let's have you make the first test. So it's going to be exploration with street again.
Okay, it's not really to follow the foot tracks, just to look for.
Yeah, but it's still
anything.
yeah,
Yeah.
I get it. But you're also
that's-
following the tracks. Like you're doing both.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But I don't want to steal Lisa's job, so rather the lookout for nasty pasties. Yeah, those are two basic successes.
Okay.
So
I'm assuming
I
you
think,
don't want to risk. Oh, so but by the way, if you have two successes, and
Yeah.
you roll the one remaining die from your dice pool of 5, and
Yeah.
you don't get it to match either of those two to upgrade it.
Yeah.
What you'll do is you'll only lose one of your successes, so you're guaranteed to
Yeah.
keep at least a basic success.
Yes, but I made a mistake, and I mistook a 2 for a 3, so I only got a
Ah.
basic success. So I would like to re-roll
Okay.
because.
Yep. That makes sense.
Okay, 2 basic successes now. So
So you did get it
Wow.
that time. Okay. Yeah. You don't really see anything like no ambushes or any creatures around you as you're kind of scouting up ahead. You do see that the tracks are heading almost directly for another group of brown mushrooms. So the ones you were at before were gray. This is a much bigger patch of mushrooms. They're a little bit taller. They're a bit more closely packed together. And there's a lot more of them, like from where you're seeing like just the edge of them. It's like you're coming up to a forest, kind of, if that makes sense, of brown mushrooms, and they
not
seem to
the-
be heading towards that.
It's not the grove we had before, right?
No.
Okay.
This is a different one.
So
So if you imagine like you were walking in a straight line like this towards Chesterfield, your camp stopped, and they've got off on this direction.
yeah, that just
So it was kind of and you've been walking for probably about an hour. Let's say like 2 hours. You've been walking when you come up to this brown mushrooms. And it's like dark inside there. They're blocking the light. So do you want to go in? Do you want to wait for the others to catch up?
No, I go back to the others and relay the information. So I'm walking.
Okay.
Maybe double the way, but
Yeah.
yeah, and also Letha has to do an exploration roll.
Yeah. So you're more
so
like
bad.
kind of just keeping an eye on the tracks, but also more scouting around looking for dangers. Letha is very much more like tracking. Yeah. You're focusing
Yeah,
more
more
on
on the
the
path.
track. Yeah.
Pathfinder
So-
side of things.
This is where the Pathfinder comes into play for you.
Yeah, and
So-
also, I've been around a lot, so maybe do I have any experience in this area so I can kind of discern where they are maybe headed?
Let's see how good your success roll is here.
Okay.
Yeah. So your
Let's
Pathfinder
go.
skill definitely, when you're looking for trails or trying to find your bearings in the wild, you get a +1. That's definitely the case here. So
Yeah.
you're going to be rolling 6 dice here. And again, you want to try and get the best success that you can get.
I have a triple already,
Okay.
3 sixes.
That's a critical
Can I-
success.
Yeah.
Can I relay? I got 2 basic successes. Could I relay 1 success to Letha?
Go ahead and roll an additional dice along with that, Carmen. So keep the
Okay.
dice roll you just made and just roll us an extra dice alongside. Does that improve anything?
No.
Okay. Do you want to re-roll? Because you're now looking at a dice pool of 7, right?
Yeah, I will. We're here to gamble, so I will take the risks.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and that's adds up another dice, so I got 4 sixes.
Okay.
Ooh.
You got an extreme
Nice.
success. And with the extreme
Nice.
success, you're able to spot a little detail that you would have otherwise missed. And that is, as you get to the edge of these mushrooms, there is a single smaller set of footprints leading out and away towards a tuft of carpet in the distance, it looks like. And you think they look they're fresh, and they look kind of like they match Juliet's like pace and foot size, that sort of thing.
Poor
But when you
little
kind of
Juju.
look with it being light, and you can kind of see quite far in the distance, as long as there's nothing obscuring your vision. I mean, you don't see her anywhere. In
Okay,
the direction
but
that they're
we
heading.
have 2 pairs of footprints going in, but
They
only
2
one
pairs going
pair
in, and
leaving
hers coming
back.
out in a different direction slightly. Yeah.
Everyone, be careful. I found something. We
Oh.
got 2 people going in, but 1 person coming out to this side, and they matched Juliet's. Do we want to go in and see what happened to Gustav?
Question
That
is
sounds
about
like
the
a-
page.
Bad date.
Santiago will be aware that Gustav had a lot of nice, wealthy trinkets on his person.
Oh yeah. Oh. Could he? He might have stuff we need. And also, my contract is with him, I think. Say,
Okay.
Gustav.
So
And also, yeah.
should be
And Santiago tries to look around and think about the map, and he doesn't know about maps, so is this the area? I don't know. Okay.
and I
Jakob, you're not about to say those cursed words, are you? Split the party.
Every game master loves. I look to Gwen, I look to the others and say, but we don't know who got the page, right? Do we? I mean,
I
split up.
think we should. No. Don't.
What does Gwen say?
Gwen
Third
doesn't
page
know.
after
She's
all.
like, I don't know. I don't know which of them has it. But Gustav was on watch, so he seems more like he'd be the one telling Juliet what to do. She seems like she doesn't seem capable of that. She's very sweet.
Probably she's the only one left alive.
You don't know that.
We should check
that
on
would
her.
be
I don't
bad.
know, and that's why I say it. We don't know what's in this forest.
Wait, Litha, how modern is this? How recent are the footpaths going towards the smaller ones?
Fresh. They
They're
are fresh.
They're fresher.
We-
I mean, you can't actually tell. They're both relatively
Yeah.
fresh. They've both been made within the
Oh.
past sort of 4 to 6 hours.
I'll say follow the money, but you're the guys who are more experienced out
I
here.
say check on both. We got to find out what is with Gustav. I got my contract with Gustav. And
Say,
One of the
I
nice
suggest
things
after that-
about playing with a group of players who are an odd number is that we can have a vote.
Yeah.
So who's for going after Gustav? Okay. There we go.
Humphrey's gonna
Are
say,
you gonna split the party, Jakob, or are you gonna go with him?
if that's okay for everyone, I would like to split the party. So Humphrey's going after Juliet, and so
I'll check where she is, if she's okay, and then I catch up to you. Can't let her die outside.
As you look into the, as you're kind of talking about this, I forgot to mention what it looks like inside this grove of, or this forest of brown mushrooms.
we're already inside the grove.
You're on the edge. Of
Yeah. Okay.
It is very gloomy inside. As I said before, they're kind of closely packed together, and the caps of these mushrooms are also a lot broader than the ones you were at before. So even though they're taller, they're blocking a lot of the light. The further in you go, it just starts getting dark. It also looks like it's slightly foggy inside, and you realize it's because there are some fine white spores drifting down from the underside of these caps that are making a sort of like, kind of hanging in the air like a fog. You can also tell that the ground very quickly gets damp and slimy, almost like a swamp, as you go inside. And Humphrey will be aware as a hunter that this is the type of terrain that insects really like. Like, they go for this sort of squidgy, swampy, slimy type of thing. So, just while you're kind of just to throw that into the mix, like, it's possible that there could be something in here. And your deal is like killing beasties.
Yeah, and protecting the party somehow.
I mean, Gwen's gonna go
Question?
with you whichever direction you go. So in terms of your contract to protect her, if you decide to go after the smaller set of footprints, she'll stay with you. Yeah, Carmen, question?
Questions on these footprints that I found. Did they look like the person was running, or like she was kind of calmly trotting away? Because you could kind of discern from the step size.
You're not super sure. It looks about the same as the stride and the pace as going in, and you can't be sure how quickly they were moving when they were going in. You didn't really have a basis for comparison from before because they were in the carriage the whole time.
Yeah.
It could be that they're
Honestly,
moving quickly. They could have been that they're moving quickly to get away from you, and then she was also moving quickly to come out. Could be that they were being very calm about it, and she's being very calm on the way out as well.
You guys, only for a short interaction, I have the suspicion that Juliet is not like the simple thing you might think. Because she was always she was nagging, and he was following her complaints a lot of times. Like, it appeared like he was in charge, but honestly, she kind of always made assumptions and suggestions, so maybe.
So
Maybe.
Yeah.
And that
Maybe
would
she
be...
lost him willingly there. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
And Humphrey tries to avoid Letha's eye contact again.
So maybe, what about you and Miss Summers following Juliet, and Mr. Villar and me going into the grove? He is complicated. And so
I'm just not comfortable with
deal.
splitting the party.
I'm not comfortable with leaving you in the swamp. All of you, I mean.
Sure. Well, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty, you know that.
Oh, and I have gloves.
I'm afraid of you dying.
Filthy gloves.
Oh, yes.
She's got this. She probably got the page. If you say you're wasting time, if you say she got the commands, she is behind all that, then she's probably the one who got the page.
Okay.
Why ever?
Miss Summers, this page, is it, would a map be better than a page, or,
Why not take
say?
the mouse, you two? Get her.
Sorry, sorry, interrupted.
I asked Gwen if a map would be interesting instead of a page. Just out of the blue.
A map? Oh. What?
Well,
I need Argo's page. I was studying it. I need it back. I don't know what you're talking about.
well, okay. So he takes out a piece of paper and looks at it, and it might not be the same Argo then.
What? What? What are you talking about?
He turns over his half map and looks. Is this something that helps?
She kind of looks at it.
Yeah.
And then she almost involuntarily takes 2 steps closer to you. And her hand is reaching out. Like,
It's for a borrow. It's still mine.
where did you get that?
I came over it. It happened to land in my lap.
Well, it mentions Argo on the map, but it could be anything. It could be somebody made. What's it supposed to be? When you came across it, what were you told? Did you buy it from someone?
Yeah. Well, now Rasmus, I got it from the spider, right?
No,
the
you got it
spiders.
from
No?
You got it from a merchant who you had protected from some
Oh.
spiders, and that was
Exactly,
his
that's what-
reward to you
Yeah.
on a
Well,
previous
it was
job.
a payment I got from a client, and it was not a lot of money.
Well, I would have to spend time studying it to see if it's genuine or not. I don't have the time right now. Do you know how
Okay.
many? Do you know how many forgeries and how many fakes there are of treasure maps and things things to do with Argo? I had a genuine page from his journal, and now it's gone. That is, we must get it back. That's the whole reason I'm out here. It's the whole reason I left Woodford, I was gonna say. Ugh.
Well, fine. Santiago folds up the map again and puts it in his pocket, and then changes pockets.
You can see she's kind of like, even though she said all that, she's kind of watching intently to see where you put it, and her eyes kind of linger on your pocket, and then she shakes her head a bit. So, what are we doing?
Yeah,
Lith and I are following the steps. Humphrey, I wanted to stay with you. We have a contract. How would you keep me safe?
Yeah.
I'm coming with you, Humphrey.
I trust Luther to. Yeah. So.
She pulls out her pistol. I can handle myself.
Okay.
I'm not gonna shoot you. I can handle
I
myself, is
know.
all I'm saying. I'm armed.
Okay.
And she kind of tucks it back into her skirt.
Okay, Miss Summers, we take the mouse, look after Juliet, and you stay safe. You two, you stay safe in the woods. Just leave the marks.
And I look to Letha because we were hunting together in our backstory, right? So we know how we leave our marks, so we know where we went. I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, no time.
and I just make the mouse ready, and probably I hold out my hand for Gwen to get at the mouse, and then we're following the track supposedly.
You're not going into the wood then.
Yeah, well, that's
I am.
we have to, yeah. So
So following the tracks. So
if
sorry.
that's cool for everyone. Yeah.
The tracks disappear very quickly as soon as you get kind of in. They're almost gone.
I think they follow Juliet's tracks.
Yeah. So Gwen and Humphrey are taking the mouse to follow
Oh,
Juliet's
okay,
tracks.
gotcha.
If
Yeah.
that's okay for everyone, just I don't want to make the decision.
Gotcha.
alone, so-
Apologies. Yep. All right.
If that's okay for Carmen and Rasmus.
Yeah. I don't mind split party. It's more exciting that way.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are at the halfway point, so it's a good place to stop. We made a decision. Half of you are going to go one direction. Well, not half. I guess kind of half of it count Gwen as part of the party. Half going towards one direction, and the other half going into the forest to see what happened to Gustav. We're gonna take, because we're at the halfway point, we're gonna take a quick break so people can get some more water or beer or whatever, and quick comfort break, toilet if you need it, and we'll meet back in about 10 minutes. So bear with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. All right.
Thank you, everyone, so far.
All right, we're back. We've all got a beverage, so cheers, everyone.
Cheers
Cheers.
on a fantastic adventure.
All right,
It's gonna be fun, guy.
so Jakob, in the nicest possible way, fuck you for splitting the party.
And you dropped the F-bomb. Nobody
Oh,
else
no!
allowed anymore.
Oh no! Look,
And it's
I
only
just started
for
drinking a
me.
beer. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, we're meant to be keeping this PG-13.
Yeah,
Apologies.
one
I
F-bomb is
apologize.
okay, right?
I apologize.
One-
One is okay. One is okay.
One is okay.
We're still within the
Somehow
realm of.
Rick and other stuff like that's okay. No.
Yeah. Nothing to the level of F or beyond. I've dropped the one allowed one. Okay.
Two F.
Right.
Yo,
So we're splitting the party. Great.
you're welcome.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you. And we're going to start with whoever's not in Humphrey's group. So,
I
Lith
hope
and
you learned your
Santiago.
lesson, Jacob. Go back to the silent stairs.
We'll come back to you in about an hour, Jakob.
And Humphrey's dead.
Okay, so as Litha and Santiago, as you split up, Litha and Santiago step into this thing. Why don't you give me a? Actually, I need this from both of you. Although it makes a bit more sense that Litha's doing it. I need a insight plus street test, please. Insight to me is kind of like the... Let me just double check that. Actually, hold on a second. Let me just double check what insight's all about. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's insight plus street.
All right.
You want me to roll also, or just count?
You can do, yeah. Yeah.
I have 5 dice. So.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, that's fun. That's good. I got a basic success.
And
You
I
got a
got the
basic
critical.
success. Okay.
Mhm.
So, both of you suspect that inhaling these spores is probably not a good idea. There's no need for, steampunk gas masks or anything like that. You can just cover your mouths with sort of cloth, like ties a scarf sort of thing around your mouth. You'll be fine, because these aren't microscopic spores. They're ones that won't pass through cloth. Yeah, Rasmus?
And also, just to check, I could also rely on my slew reliability, right?
Oh,
Not taking poisons as easy.
that's true. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you
But
want,
I'll
I
still
guess
cover my just for rules sake.
you could risk it, but I think you probably don't want to risk it. There's no point in risking it anyway. As you
No,
step
and-
in, it's also kind of cold, so you're like it's not like you're gonna
And
be
Santiago
uncomfortable.
knows he's gonna look good with a cloth around his face. He had done that before for other reasons.
Highway
Uh-huh.
robbery.
So he takes his trusty scarf of red satin or
Yeah.
spider silk and covers his face.
Yep. So I just had a quick look at your contract, which is the Revenant from Far Beyond, which gives you this ability to shrug off damage effectively, and it gives you a help when you're rolling to avoid sickness. So it's not that you're immune to it; it's that you get a help. You get help when you're trying to avoid it. So just let other people know that. Okay, so you've managed to scarf up and you head in, and as I said before. You kind of follow the direction. You assume, I guess, that the tracks you were following are still heading in roughly the same direction, because you lose the tracks very quickly. As I said before, it gets. I mean, it's not a swamp because it's inside a house, but it's very slimy and kind of icky inside. The fog is kind of all around you as well as you're properly getting inside. Yeah, what were you saying?
And if the fog is getting closer, Santiago's gonna pull out his lancetta and be ready if something jumps us.
I'm
walks
just assuming that both of
underneath
you have your weapons out and ready, because this is kind of, as I said before, this is definitely the sort of area that insects like to hide in. So why don't you can both make a roll for this, but as you're kind of peering around, looking to see what you can see, I need a caution plus street roll from both of you. Caution plus street. Let me just have a look at what it says here very quickly.
Finding my
Yeah,
bearings
for
at the
sure,
moment.
for sure. That makes sense here.
Okay.
Basic success. Two.
I have a critical.
One pair. Ooh.
Okay.
Good
Do either
team.
of you want to? Do either of you want to risk that for something better?
Then I risk on losing my. But yeah, I'm gonna have 2 dice. It's gonna be fun. Oh, and it went in a critical. So yeah, that was good.
Okay. And
Three twos.
Carmen, you're not going to risk yours? You're going to keep your critical?
No, I'm fine with a critical.
Okay. All right. So I'm just reading very quickly, just to see how bad it's about to be for you both.
That's good.
Beautiful.
Talking about making decisions.
While he reads about, I think Santiago is rummaging his bag and Letha, lunchtime.
No, not in here.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but the air is kind of poisonous.
Yeah, true.
A spore sandwich. Yum. I mean, it's all mushroom anyway, right? It's just extra
Yeah,
flavoring.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, otherwise, always.
This is where I need to give a quick trigger warning to our audience about arachnophobia. So if you have arachnophobia, look away now. This is your only warning. Because this thing suddenly, without the string, drops down on top of you. It's a spider. It's a large spider. And combat is going to begin with a reaction turn from it. As it shoots web, it's cobwebs at one of you. I'm going to roll a die here to see which one it shoots at. And we're going to go with 1, 2, or 3. It shoots it at Litha. 4, 5, or 6. It's going to shoot it at Santiago. I got a 1. So it's shooting it at Litha. Well, it kind of makes sense. Probably imagine Litha being the guide is maybe in the front. And yeah. And it's going to be basically shooting the web, and at the same time it's going to be dropping onto Santiago. So,
Can I use illusion to dodge this?
yep.
Because
yep,
it says
just
as
one
much.
sec. Yep. So the cobweb things, you have to make an illusion plus war roll to try and avoid it. If you fail, you're going to get trapped.
Sure.
And you're going to be making an illusion test as well, Rasmus, with Santiago.
Yep.
It's attacking you from above. It's trying to grab you with its legs. So you're trying to dodge away from its legs. So both of you need to make an illusion plus war test, please. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna check acrobatics here just for a moment.
Yeah, it doesn't come into play with dodging. Yeah,
Nope.
it's not for
No
dodging.
worries.
This is illusion. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, I have a basic success.
I'm gonna re-roll this. Oh yes, a critical success for me.
Okay. So every opponent in this game has a rating that ties into the type of success: basic, critical, extreme, etc. And the type means that anytime you're making a reaction roll, which is what you're doing right now, you're reacting to it. It's kind of its turn. You have to make it get at least one success that's equal to their rating. And this is a common spider, and it has a critical rating. So if you don't get a critical success, something's going to happen to you. And for Erasmus, that means he's going to be probably grab, take some stress. And for Litha, that means she would actually get caught in the web. So Rasmus is fine. Sorry, Santiago is fine, but Litha only got a basic success, correct?
Yeah.
So this is where you need to risk it because, I mean, because there's no like mitigating. So if you're taking damage, this is one thing we should say. A basic success. So every type of success, you can upgrade to the next level with 3 of them. So 3 basic successes is the equivalent of a critical success. This also means if you're taking damage from somebody and they're going to do critical damage on you, which this spider would be doing, and you roll a basic success, you can mitigate one of those incoming damages by that one. If you roll 2 basics, then you're effectively only taking 1 damage. And if you roll the critical, then that was a requirement. Does that make sense? But unfortunately for this webbing, that's not gonna come into play here. So you need to risk it all is basically what I'm saying. Like that's definitely what you want to do, unless you want to be stuck in a cobweb.
Yes. I want to risk it all. Let's go. And that's a triple.
Woo!
Okay. That's what you need.
3 4s.
That's a critical. Okay. So you managed to get out of the way as this glob of sticky cobwebs like splatters onto the ground right where you were standing. Okay, now we move over to your actions, and this spider is it has basically it has some traits that are going to make it a little bit of a tricky thing to fight against. One of those is that it's hard to kill, and that it's also armed. So this means when it's armed, if it's fighting against somebody in melee, which is effectively what Rasmus is going to be doing, you're going to be suffering a -1 to your action and reaction rolls. So you should have had a -1 to your last roll. We'll ignore that for now.
Okay.
So if you decide to attack it, then that's what you want to do. There's one thing you can do in this, which is kind of important. And that's called finding a weak spot. And this would be your action for this turn. And basically, you make a test, and I have to double check which test it is exactly. If you succeed at your test, then you can basically, I will roll for a weak spot. There's a table of various different weak spots and tell you what its weak spot is. It's an investigation plus war.
Investigation, war.
And they can be quite good. They can be quite good. It will be random, though. So.
Yeah. We shouldn't metagame this, so I'm not gonna tell what I have in that.
Don't worry about it. I mean, this is also learning the ropes, right? This is our first combat. Yeah. This is definitely something that you should be thinking about doing. Your characters will be looking for weak spots as well when you're, especially like a duelist, right?
Santiago is probably gonna do that. I have 4 dice in that, so that's not the greatest, but it's not bad.
That's a good question. What is your target? I guess the target would be.
If it's critical, that's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's equal to the opponent's difficulty, so you would need to get a critical on it.
Okay, and I don't get a +1 because no, I'm not using my Lancetta, so no.
No.
Then I probably won't because I'm better at attacking. So.
Okay.
Litha, is that something you do?
Nope. Litha has investigation in 2 and a war of 1, so not really.
Then I feel like just to try the mechanic, I will try it. Is that okay?
I mean, it's using your action up, so you need a critical. You need three of a kind from 4 dice, which I mean, it's possible. The odds aren't super in your favor though, but you're gonna it's up to you.
Let's try it. I like gambling.
All right.
But yeah, is it time to do that now, or should we?
Yep, both of you make it. First, tell me what you want to do. I'm assuming Lith is probably going to take a shot with her key set.
I just wanted to ask: does it make sense to, with the range to fire at the spider? Is there enough room for me?
Oh yeah, right? And it's big.
Yeah,
so there's plenty of room to hit it. If it closes with you, that's what you don't want, because it's going to be harder to attack it if it's in contact with you, which is what Santiago is going to be finding out in a second. So you're absolutely the best person because you have a ranged weapon. You're the best person to be fighting the spider, or keeping it at arm's length and firing at it.
I will absolutely fire at it.
Okay, so Carmen, you're going to be firing. Rasmus, you're going to be trying to find a weak spot. Is that right?
Yeah, since one of the main disciplines in the fencing school is cowardice, it's always good to know where your enemy is bad. So I'm gonna try to
so you can stick your dagger in there.
Exactly, or stomp it on one of its feet.
Or your lancetta. Lancetta.
Oh.
Yeah.
whatever you say it, yeah.
And I have sharpshooter, so I have a free
Aha.
reroll for all rolls made with ranged weapons.
Perfect. Yep. That includes
I'm
this.
rolling. Is that okay, or should I wait?
Yep. Make your roll. You don't get any. You have no traits that can help you here. So.
Nope. Nope. Yes. I succeeded
Woo!
With a critical.
with a critical. 3
Oh
fives.
wow. Okay.
And,
I got
Yeah.
a critical and a basic.
Okay. All right. So that basic is going to help out. Let me just have a quick look out because you made the test. You found the weak spot. Erasmus, I want you to roll for which weak spot it is. So roll 1 dice first. It's going to tell me which table I'm going to be looking up,
number 5. Ooh, lots
and
of
then roll
fives.
again because there's 3 tables with 6 entries each.
Number 1.
Its position is exposed. You can attack with shoot +1.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So basically, that's really good for Litha, right? Litha's going to get a +1 to her attack, but not now because you've just discovered it now, and we can just assume you're talking to each other as doing this. But basically, Litha's going to have an easier time of hitting it because it's kind of in an exposed position. Okay, that's good. Now, next one is going to be a. Now it's back to the reaction roll, so we do kind of like it's the spider's turn, if you will. And I'm going to roll for its action. You're both going to be reacting to this.
Did I hurt it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you did hurt it. Yeah. You got a critical and a basic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has a stress track. I'm not going to tell you what it's got because I think it's gonna kind of be a little bit too meta. But the way the game works for those watching is that there's a stress track for every different type of opponent of a certain number of boxes, and when you do a critical, so you need to get a critical success on your attack to fill out one of its stress boxes. If you get multiple criticals, you're going to fill out multiple ones of its multiple boxes, etc. And once you fill in the last box, it will be dead. Okay. There are also some special boxes, which we might get into later. But basically, that's roughly in a nutshell. To keep this kind of simple, that's how it works. So with your critical success, you manage to do 1 damage effectively to it. And I just wanted to quickly check exactly what it means for the extra success, because I have a sneaky suspicion that if it's below the current level, it might not. Yeah, you can get extra actions, it's saying. And let me just find where those are. Extra actions. So it's on page 92 of the core rulebook.
It's not in combat though, but I think that's also.
So it is, yeah, because it has. Hold on. Yeah, because it says hitting a basic opponent. So there's some examples on page 92 of things you can do with your additional free action. You could pick up an item. You can hide. You can hit a basic opponent, which this is not. You could break a small object, eavesdrop on a conversation, read a couple of pages, reach partial cover, which might be helpful. Jump over an obstacle, throw something, take a blind shot, those sorts of things. But cover probably makes the most sense.
Absolutely take cover because I need to reload.
Now I have to look up the cover rules quickly. Partial cover, you gain +1 to reaction rolls made to dodge bullets or other ranged attacks. So if it's shooting webs at you, that would count that towards that. For your action, you must leave cover or suffer -1 to your roll.
Okay.
Okay? So you're going to take cover then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So, its turn now. I said it. I rolled a 4, didn't I, for it? Let me just double check. Sorry, I'm looking up so many different things right now. It circles around and tries to put your backs up to the wall. So it's trying to position itself in a good way to kind of get you together, right? So both of you need to react with caution. And when it says caution, it's usually with its base field or attribute.
Yep.
So in this case, caution is with street.
4 dice. Yep.
So 4 and 5 dice, respectively. Yep.
And one would need a critical for this as well.
Yep. Oh yeah.
I'm a reroll.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I need to reroll that as well. Should I save one though? I rolled
can't-
a straight
basics?
actually. Yeah.
A straight. So nothing. Oh,
Yeah,
so you have to.
so that's nothing.
You can't. I
nothing at
don't
all.
think. Hold on. I don't think
Hold
you
on,
can
then I
reroll.
can't.
You can't
Then
reroll.
I can't.
You have to have it. I think you. Let me just double check this. But I'm fairly certain that you have to
I
have at least
think-
one success.
I think so as well. That sounds logical. So I was too preoccupied looking at its feet.
Yeah,
and,
you have to score at least one basic success to make a reroll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I get 2 basics.
Yeah. Did you push it, or are you going to reroll?
I did push it.
Okay, and that's what you're left with. Okay, so
Yeah.
it has successfully managed to get you put your backs to the wall,
No
which is
worries.
kind of interesting. Okay. All right. I got it. Yep. So, your turns now?
Could I shout something like, is it still have the disadvantage of positioning?
You're still going to have that because that literally just happened. So, yeah, you're going to be in a bad position. There is obviously this weak
Yeah.
spot that you've noticed as well.
Yeah, but that's still applicable, or is it just the first round?
Oh yeah, the weak spot is
Okay.
applicable for it's one weak spot. There's no point in trying to
Yeah.
find another one. That lasts for forever.
Yeah. Then
For
I'll
this-
say
for this
something like,
specific spider.
Litha, shoot it if you can at. And I know that she needs to re-roll, right? Reload.
Reloading.
I'm pretty sure it takes
Yes,
an action.
you have one,
Yeah.
one action, or if you got a critical success on dexterity, you can use this as a reload.
No.
When reloading.
Yeah, you can use it as a. I just had it open now. Yeah. During
So you
combat,
make-
similarly how it seems, you can reload your weapon with a critical action roll in dexterity, and you can spend an extra critical success to quickly reload your weapon, whatever the circumstances, except for double-barreled.
Okay.
Could I just say something quickly like, shoot the back legs or something like that? Is that an action?
I mean, it is. Hold on a second. Let me just cover this reloading. It does say to make this story flow easier, I recommend you don't keep track of ammunition. If you have a weapon, you have ammunition. Only during especially tense scenes or after a problematic event, the narrator might determine that you only have a few bullets left. It's a good way to heighten the tension. So this is actually kind of a difficult combat, and it is quite tense. However, in the interest of it being the very first combat and keeping things moving quickly, I think we'll ignore it for now. But it's Jakob is absolutely right. It's on page 118, where you have to make a critical test with dexterity to reload normally.
Or take a turn.
Or take a
take a
turn.
turn.
Or take
Right.
a turn.
Exactly. So I think we're going to. Yeah, we're not going to track it for this round. So you're just reloading quickly. We'll say that you're getting a critical, an automatic critical on your dexterity roll every round. I would say,
wow.
let me just say, there's a couple things I forgot to mention. I know Rasmus, you wanted to tell me what you wanted to do or ask a question. We'll get to that in a second. One thing I forgot to mention is now that you're kind of properly like keeping an eye on the spider and everything, you do notice that there are 2 bundled cocoons up in the mushroom where it attacked from. They are suspiciously littling sized. And one of them, the one that's slightly bulkier, you can see the edge of Gustav's cloak hanging out of it. You're certain it's Gustav's cloak. It was very... Or it's another person wearing the same cloak. Okay?
Okay.
Rasmus.
Yeah, I shout out that shoot the back legs and stuff like that, and then I will try to attack it if I can, or if that's 2 actions, I'll just do the first.
No, it's not. I mean, just talking to each other is fine. Bear in mind that because it has the armed trait, you're going to have a -1 to your attack.
Yeah, But I should also have +1.
Yeah,
right,
you have a
for
+1
my,
because
land
you're
setup.
because yep, exactly. So yeah, it washes out. So it's a straight up. Oh, what's the skill? It's
Is
war
it,
plus fight.
War and fight.
War and fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, not impossible.
Which for you is 5 dice. Yeah.
Five dice, yeah, and I will try to push that or take a reroll. Do I have any pre-rerolls in this? No. Oh well, I succeeded.
hold
I
on,
got
hold
the
on.
critical. Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. Sorry.
What was your +1 for?
No, sorry. No +1. I should. Then I take.
Let's re-roll that from the beginning.
confused.
Let's re-roll it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Your sword fighter
Four
trait allows you a free re-roll, not a
That's,
+1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little
No,
bit different
I was
from.
confusing it with bravado.
Yep. Yep.
Or
So you
expecting
basically
that.
you roll the -1 to your thing, so you have a 4 dice.
Yeah.
Dice
Then
roll
I'll
4.
take my free reroll then.
Yeah.
because
You have to
I've
still
only
have
got
it-
2 fours.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No,
I had
you're right.
2
That's right.
fours and a free reroll, and then I got the critical. 3
Okay.
fours.
So you've done another damage to the spider. Okay.
Yeah.
Litha.
Oh.
Fire in the hole. Well, yeah.
Oh.
So I will get to this again. So 5 dice, if I'm correct. Well, shoot 3. Yes.
Shoot is
Yeah.
street plus shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, got it. And I'm gonna push it because it's free for me. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
And that will
Sharpshooter.
bring it to a critical.
You added a +1 too, right? For the weak spot.
No, I didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Sorry.
will just roll it separately and to the side.
Yeah.
Do you
And
get a
that makes
+1
it
from
4 threes.
Woo!
That does 3 damage, right? Because it's basically that's an extreme success. That's the equivalent of 3 criticals, which is what this one has. So
Yeah.
that does 3 damage.
So
It's
I
still,
will
I mean,
make
you get a really good shot off on it, like right in its
good use of the weak spot that
good
Santiago
use of the weak
pointed
spot.
out.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. For its next reaction, it is going to use its move called a cobweb volley. In rapid succession, it's going to be targeting all characters with its cobweb. So you need to make a illusion plus war roll, and it does say all reaction rolls made against armed opponents are at a -1. So Santiago's also gonna have a -1 to this one because you're close to it.
Only 4 dice.
Yep, and you need a critical.
Wow.
It is. This is a pretty tough opponent. It's. I'm not going to tell you how much damage you've done to it, but running away is also definitely a valid thing. It's just whether or not you want Gustav's
Look.
cloak, or check to see
It's
if the
a
page
contract.
is with him still.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a contract. Come on.
Yeah, it's a contract, and
Neither of you have taken any stress yet, right?
nope.
No, not yet.
All right. Well,
That feels like it's kind of... My bravado with dodging doesn't apply here, right?
what's the bravado? Is that what-
Moves.
Oh,
A
your
move.
move. Yeah, of course.
Without rolling the dice, you can dodge bullets, pull off a dangerous stunt, avoid consequences of a fall, or leave a combat.
It's those aces, right? Those are your special
Yeah.
moves.
That's
Yeah.
where you
Yes.
use. Yep, exactly. So you could spend one of your aces. Yep, you get your aces back at the start of a new chapter. This entire session is one chapter. So effectively, at the
Okay.
start of our next session, you'll get your aces back. So feel free. I completely forgot about the moves. Thank you for reminding me. And Carmen, it's worth looking at Litha's move, which is Sharp Eye.
Sharp eye.
Oh, it automatically learn its weak spot, which you've already done.
Yeah.
So you can save it for. Yeah.
Sharpshooter also costs an ace, right?
No,
Or can
it's
you
a
do
trait.
this-
No.
No.
Oh, it's a trait.
The traits are free. Traits are free.
yeah. Okay, I got. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
moves are kind of a little bit more powerful, and they're
Sweet.
yeah, and you have the same moves. So there's a one move per no, there's one common trait per profession, but there's a bunch of moves that you can kind of choose from. Anyway, so What do we got with the results there? You're spending that to.
Are we
spending
allowed
days.
to push our reaction rolls? Right, we
You
are.
can push
right?
it. You can still push it if you want to. Yep.
Okay,
You still. It's illusion plus war, and you need to get a +1. Carmen, you don't have any negatives to that, so you get your full
Right.
dice pool.
But I still got no four dice, so I had a basic success, but with a push, I got a critical.
Okay. So neither of you get caught in its webs somehow. It looked like Santiago was just about to get caught, but he managed somehow to just dodge out of the way just in time, and it goes
I think he
whizzing
just
past
unbuckles his cloak and it catches that on the web and then
like a
goes off
matador.
of it. Exactly.
Or they're called here, I think, ratadors. I believe.
I'm for
Yeah,
sure
yeah, sure.
completely covered in mud right now because of
Well,
I'm
slime.
kind of rolling around,
Yeah.
avoiding everything. Yeah, I'm covered in everything.
Yeah. We'll come back to that because I think it makes sense maybe for your decorum to drop as well. But we'll handle that. We'll handle that at the end. Okay, so that was your reaction rolls. So it's both of you now having another action.
Oh yeah. And that's -1.
So Santiago has managed to jab it once with your lancetta. Litha, you've managed to get a pretty decent shot off. It seemed to have hurt it quite a bit, but it's still standing.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm a one-trick pony. I'm going to fire again.
I mean, you've got the bonus from the weak spot, so it makes sense for you to make the most of that, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Let's try this.
Oh, God.
Oh, hello. Okay.
Sounds
Okay. I got 4 4s, and because it's free, I'm going to re-roll the other 2 dice just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing more. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
where do you want to hit it? I mean, it's not dead. It's not dead,
I'm
but
going
you.
to hit it in its weak spot, so I will probably, if it's the hind
Well,
legs, I will
the weak
go
spot is
and-
that the weak spot for this one is that it's in an exposed position, so it's got kind of nowhere really that it can hide from your musket, from your keysket, I should say.
Okay.
So you can kind of tell
I
me
will-
where you want to hit it. Remember, bearing in mind, it's just like arched its abdomen, or it's whatever it's called, spinneret,
Yes.
and it's just like shot cobwebs at you, which is
I
missed.
would love to actually pepper its abdomen with everything I
Oh.
got and make it leak a little.
Yeah, it's
and
leaking.
maybe-
It's leaking. There's like, I guess I'm not sure if spiders squeal, but if they did squeal, it'd be squealing right about now too. All right, and
I will
Santiago.
try and attack it with
Remember, you got a -1, but
-1,
you get a do
yeah.
get a free reroll.
free reroll, yeah. And it's a free reroll even if I don't get a success from the start.
No, unfortunately not.
No, I'll just dance around and do nothing
Yeah.
for help.
Maybe you were just about you were just waiting for the right opportunity, and you were just going in for a strike as Carmen like pelted it, and it's like it kind of jerks back just out of range of your lancetta. Okay, we've got another reaction. I think I have a feeling that with like to make this a bit more realistic, it's very close to death. I think it's going to run from you. It doesn't make sense. It hasn't done any damage to either of you. It hasn't managed to capture you in its cobwebs, and it's on the verge of death. This is a wild animal, but it's still going to be like it's met its match, and it just scurries off into the fog and disappears.
Fine by me. Absolutely fine by me.
Well done. I thought that was going to go a lot differently. I did gloss over some of the rules there, so people watching, be aware that the cover, we talked about that Carmen would have suffered a -1. I've kind of just ignored it, because from my perspective, you've got a rifle, right? So you're kind of like, you're quickly reloading it John Wick style and just kind of like popping up and shooting it. That's not specific. That's not technically what the rule states. You should have had a -1, but I'm ignoring that. Also, the reloading, we're ignoring that as well for now. There's also some things that have to do with the foes that I was also kind of glossing over. But again, first combat, I wanted it to just be an ease into how the system works. because there's probably going to be more combat at some stage. Cool.
No.
Before we go on to more with that, let's shift focus over to Humphrey and Gwen. So, why don't you give me a as you're kind of following these footsteps, you're very like as they're kind of slowly and cautiously making their way into the mushroom forest. You're kind of relatively quickly, I assume, you're trying to find where these go. You know, you've found the tracks. They're relatively easy to follow now that you know where they are. So I'm not going to require another roll from you. But once I told you that they kind of head off towards a clump of carpeting, like ancient carpeting in the distance. And as you make your way over there, which is where the tracks head towards, the tracks kind of disappear, or you lose track of them. So what I need from you is I need a roll. And I need cumulative successes. That means you need to have... the way it works is it's like an extended roll. And you need to make... Hold on. 2 cumulative successes in a basic extended roll. So you need to be making... Yeah. You need to make two rolls, and you need to get 2 basic successes.
Okay.
So if you can get it in 1, then you've got it. Otherwise, you've got 2 chances to try and get it.
Okay, and if I get it in 1, I will be faster with this, or
if you get it in 1, so if you get a critical success, or you get 2 basics, then you've got it in the first.
Okay. So what I'm rolling on, Matt?
Oh yeah, exploration.
Okay, fabulous. Street and
With
exploration, right?
street plus exploration.
Fantastic.
Which for you is
Too bad at this.
is maximum dice pool. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is
5
already
dice.
one basic success, and I would re-roll.
Oh, 1 second.
The rest.
Did you already make the roll?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you don't have Pathfinder. Pathfinder would have come into account here. Never mind.
Yeah,
You
no,
have
I don't
Beastmaster. Yeah.
Yes. So I have 1 basic success already, so I would re-roll the others.
You're risking it.
Can
Remember,
I do
you
this?
get to make two distinct rolls.
You're right.
I mean, if you roll and you don't get it, and you don't get something better, then you lose that basic success.
Yeah, absolutely sure. So right, so sure, I'll stick with my first roll, the basic success, and then I take the second roll.
Narratively, this just means that it's taking you a little bit longer to kind of see what's what, right?
Yeah. Humphrey is not just really taking his time, to be fair. So I think it would be it would be narratively fitting. It would be narratively fitting for pushing it, or just re-rolling my first roll.
Go for it.
Together. I think it was 2 4s. I'm right. And there we have it. 3 4s. It's a critical success.
Okay.
So this should be it, right?
Yeah. You find a hidden opening under a kind of a patch of carpeting. And this is where the footsteps or the tracks end near it, but they don't kind of go right up to it because it's kind of a little bit flattened in a patch nearby. And it's a trapdoor, a very heavy trapdoor. It's set in the floor.
Okay. So I'll stop the mouse in the distance. So and then I signal Gwen to be quiet and creep up to the trapdoor and try to listen if there are any sounds.
You don't hear
coming from this
you
trapdoor.
don't hear anything. No.
Okay. I'm looking around me. This is just plain carpet planes, or are there some mushrooms that or some debris?
Dotted in the distance, there's some like more mushrooms, but not really close to where you are. You're kind of in like a plains sort of area. This isn't the carpet plains. It's a little tuft of carpeting. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're kind of looking around. Gwen's like, "Well, aren't you gonna open it? Open it. The page could be down there. Okay, open it."
And I signal her to keep her head down, get into cover.
She pulls her pistol out and crouches down. There's no cover anywhere.
Okay,
It's
there's
flat.
no cover at all.
It's flat, and you're like, it's carpeting that comes up to maybe your shins. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Beware of the velociraptors. No. Okay, so
Compies, right?
yeah, but well, to the shins, she could just lay down. Because what I want to do is
She won't. She's not going to lay down.
okay.
She's got better decorum than you do. You would lay down. She's not going to lay down.
I would absolutely. I would just. I'm also. I started.
Yeah, you're crawling around it. Sure. Yeah.
I'm crawling.
Yeah, you're filthy.
Yeah, shabby, not filthy. That's
Okay, right.
That's different.
Uh-huh.
For now. So yeah. I'll. Is there some debris that I can like a bigger rock or something like that?
Sure. There's a rock nearby. Yeah.
I want to use this rock to make some kind of a sound, like a thud next to the door. So whoever is in there gets maybe lured out, right? So like oh,
yep,
is this
I got it.
Did they have
yep,
something?
You make a loud bang. You kind of wait. Your heavy key set, by the way, has like a bladed end, so you can use it like almost like a bayonet for close combat. But you wait a little bit longer, and a little bit longer still, and nothing happens.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go in guns blazing. I'm gonna rip open the trapdoor, using it, but still as a cover, so they just can't shoot out.
Well. You go to try and open
harder
it.
For them.
It's locked.
Damn.
And it's heavy, so.
It's a lock. I got a
you
key, a heavy key, and I shoot this lock open. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's gonna make a lot of noise, of course. But you can see where there's a space for a littling-sized key, to like unlock this trapdoor. And there's obviously a locking mechanism somewhere nearby, where you can try and just like shoot the locking mechanism out.
Yeah, cause okay, someone went to this trapdoor and they are not there. They're obviously not below the trapdoor because the trapdoor is locked from the outside. So
well, you could theoretically lock it from the inside as well.
Okay. Yeah. Well then, since those are plain planes and we can't hide, someone else would not hide that easily either. So yeah, I'll just.
Well, if it was Juliet, she theoretically could be lying down in the grass somewhere. But you imagine she doesn't seem the type that would be, lying in the dirt.
She is also not the type of person who would just run away in the night in the wilderness. So while I'm in the open,
you don't know anything about her.
Yeah, I did not expect her to just run away with her husband, so I have no expectations left. So I'm standing on the trapdoor, my keys get pointed to the lock, and I halt for a second, look over, make me a little bit taller, and try to oversee the carpet, if there's any, like a mold where someone is maybe lying down, and I try to, maybe with.
We don't need to roll for it. You don't see anything like that. You can tell.
Okay.
You're pretty confident that the floor is pretty level here, and you could be wrong, but there's no way for you to be able to tell without doing a bigger circuit.
Okay. Then we don't.
I would say if you want to try and pick the lock, if you have something that you could try that with, you probably have to get creative looking at your equipment list, which is very sparse.
It's a key sketch.
It's a heavy key sketch and nothing else.
Pick the lock apart, yeah.
You do have the craft skill, which is used for exactly this sort of thing, which you have 3 points in. But again, you don't have anything to use. You can't just use the craft skill with nothing else. And Gwen also Gwen doesn't have anything on her person either that could help here. She has a pistol
and honestly,
and books.
If I'm crouching over that thing, just gently picking a lock, and someone has a other pistol down there, I'm sitting ducks basically. So no, Humphrey will just take a look around, no one there, and then just blasting the lock apart with his keysket.
Okay, so to do that, I think we're gonna go with I'm trying to think of the best skill to use here. I think knowing where to shoot is probably a craft skill regardless. Not that it matters because your shoot and your craft skills are exactly the same. But just from my perspective, I think we would go with something like Street, which is all about doing thievery type of actions as well. Yeah. And blasting apart a lock is kind of like a thief, like a a criminal act to me. But craft for sure to know exactly where to shoot it. So we're going. I mean, we're talking about full dice pool for you anyway. 2 + 3, right? So yeah, I think we'll just need a basic success here.
Yep, that's a basic success.
Okay, so with a loud bang, you shoot where you think the locking mechanism is. And, I mean, you're kind of standing back so you don't get a kind of ricochet or anything. And you pull it right off, and you kind of, like, destroy the area around where the locking hole is. And when you kind of go to grab let's say that there's, like, some sort of, like, a rope or something to pull it up with. You can see that it's kind of stiff at first, but then you kind of just give it a bit of force, and it kind of pops free as the lock kind of, like... It's like a bolt lock, you know, and it's sort of, the bolt was still in there, but it kind of like it's kind of hanging a bit. So when you pull on it, it just kind of like pops out of position, and you look down into darkness with a ladder going down. So there's a ladder leading down into the darkness, and you get a smell coming up of kind of dust. And you realize that you're looking down into an in-between space. And where you're looking at now is under the floor. And I think it's probably safe to say you've been in in-between spaces before. The in-between spaces are the spaces behind the walls, under the floor. They generally tend to be quite dangerous because there's a lot of creatures that hide in those spaces, of course. And people, like criminals, will use them to, you know, smuggle things and that sort of thing as well. But they're very dangerous, and this is one of them. In fact, we'll say it's very dark. But as you're like gazing down into it, kind of cautiously at first to see if somebody's gonna fire a pistol in your face, you think you can see roughly maybe a dozen meters, tiny meters down, maybe a slight glow. And you do know that there's a special type of glowing mold that grows in the in-between spaces. So it gives off a very, very faint light. So you can see down there without needing a torch, but it's not like it's not super bright.
Okay, but
okay, we're gonna cut back over to Litha and Santiago as you're gazing down into the pit. I'm assuming you two spent some time like cutting the two cobwebbed cocoons down, right?
Yes, but I think first time Santiago looks over to Letha and just nods, and the sword lancet and shitting it and going forth for helping the two bodies down.
We got lucky. Pointing out the weak spot. Honestly, that was tight.
Remember, it's not dead. It's not dead. It's slunk off.
Yeah. You're right. That was tight. Let's get out of here.
Let's cut those two down.
First, Santiago picks up his cloak.
Yeah.
And then
from the muck.
others.
From the muck.
Yeah.
She's like all.
I think Santiago probably was also at some point, because you're both trying to dodge things. You probably also were in the muck a bit. It's sticky. It's getting on your clothes. There's no way around it.
Oh yeah, I need a wash. Well, let's help our employer down.
I want to keep things moving a bit because I'm just aware of the time as well. You find a way to kind of shimmy up to where they are. You get your lancetta and kind of slice the cobwebs holding them there. They fall to the ground. One of them has the desiccated remains of a boggart in a almost like a advanced state of mummification, almost. You know, like its insides have been sucked out by a spider, of course. And the other one does indeed have the body of a very dead Gustav.
Oh wow!
Jules, has he the paper?
He's probably fine.
You rifle through his. In fact, we need a dice roll here, so give me a second.
Oh,
yes.
This might be Letha's part.
This is gonna be street plus, I think, probably dexterity.
Oh, I am good at that.
Sleight of hand.
Santiago, go for it.
So you're kind of like you're checking his pockets, right? So I think it's more like we're gonna see how much you find.
Ooh, is this important? It's kind of important. I have a critical.
Oh, I wouldn't re-roll that.
Okay, then I have a critical. I'm happy with that. Three sixes.
Okay, he has a watch,
Ooh,
which
yeah,
is
that's not,
probably
not the
worth
note.
something. He has some coins.
Oh, yeah,
He has
still not the
some.
note.
He had some
Oh,
banknotes.
okay.
You saw him give a pile of banknotes to somebody. You find
Yeah.
his banknotes, but they are ruined by some sort of like bile. It's disgusting and it smells. And you kind of like touch them like, oh no, no. Even for you, it's like, and it's kind of. It seems like there might be a little bit of steam rising off of them. Like they're.
Oh, yeah.
No, you don't really want to mess with
I
that.
don't try to hide what I'm grabbing from these later. I'm honest.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
You find in an inside pocket, you find a metal cigarette case, which you're like, oh, yeah. And when you open it,
Nice.
unfortunately, there are no cigarettes inside. But there is a key.
Oh.
There's a key and there's a simple map. It's written in Fey, which you can't speak or read. But it seems to be pointing to what looks like a rudely drawn clearing.
Oh.
You have no idea what
cigarette paper
you have
or-
no idea what that's for.
No. But the key is nice. I put it all. Yeah, I show it to. Oh, I'm still. We are. I'm guessing we are helping each other doing this, right?
I will
Lith is
stand
helping
by
you, I'm
while
assuming,
you do
yeah.
this.
Yeah, you're guarding and but I'm not hiding stuff, even though I'm
Okay.
gonna steal some of it.
Oh, hey.
yeah.
The map.
Do you read this?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't think so.
No, okay.
Nope.
I'll put
Very
it
much
in my
no.
pocket.
But I definitely can get something out of the map, probably.
Okay, well, here we are. And his half scissors, are they gone?
Oh, that's a good question. It doesn't say. I mean, the reading through the adventure doesn't say anything about his half scissor, but I think it makes sense that he was probably trying to fight the spider and he's lost it somewhere in the muck. So
Yeah.
you probably don't want to
Well,
spend time looking for it.
No.
It wasn't
No,
as
and
nice
it's
as your
also
lancetta anyway.
Clumsy big weapon. I don't like that.
Yeah,
Could be worth something. Yeah.
it could be worth something. Yeah.
Okay. And is that what we find in the pockets?
That's all you find. Yep.
Yeah. And I have a look around. Is it coming back?
It's
Might be.
not. You
After
don't
a
make you need to
while.
make a roll for it. It's. I mean, you've put the. I mean, you kind of suspect that you nearly killed it. It's gonna leave you alone. It's. It thinks of you
Cloak and
as a
boots.
predator now.
Cloak and boots. That's
Yep.
the most important part of clothing.
Yep.
And then
They're
we leave, right?
filthy. They're filthy as well, and he does have fairy style boots, which kind of curve up at the ends, which might be kind of a cool souvenir for yourself. But it might cause people to ask funny questions because they are fairy military boots, and the fairy and the Slua did have a very famously big battle together.
Oh.
So I'm just letting you know there could be some people kind of wondering about what a Slua is doing wearing a fairy officer's
Oh,
boots.
I can. Oh, I'm not gonna prolong this, but I can see the scene where Santiago would test the size of the boots to his boots.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
look
they're
at them and
just
look at-
just to give you a bit of
yeah.
extra temptation. They're perfect fit. They, I
I'm
mean,
gonna bundle it
they
up
look
and
like the
bring it.
nicest. They would be nicer
Oh.
than any boots you've ever owned before.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my father's boots. Yeah, I'm grabbing them.
Are you putting them on, or are you
Follow.
taking them with you?
I'm bringing them with me
Okay.
at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead in the character sheet. Go ahead and add like fairy officer boots to your inventory. He has a gold watch. You're not
Yeah.
sure how much it's worth, but just put gold watch there. And I said you found some coins. You have one additional coin.
Woohoo!
I think you had no coins to start with. And I forgot to say,
have no
Humphrey,
coins.
I missed this out before. Humphrey got a coin from him when you successfully hid his half scissor. He kind of paid you a coin as like a thank you. So you can add a
Nice.
coin to your character sheet as well. Okay, you then make your way back out with this, right? Litha and Santiago. You follow the footsteps,
Absolutely.
and you're gonna make your way back over to Humphrey and Gwen. We're gonna cut back over to Humphrey and Gwen. So Jakob,
Yeah.
what's the plan?
Oh, we've got a rope with us on the mouse.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean,
Okay, sure.
not necessarily, but I'll allow it for now.
I'll give you an ace if you want to.
It's fine. It kind of makes
Yeah?
sense. But there is a ladder going down, too.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but in case there are nasty pasties down there waiting to shoot at me, I will tie the rope around my hip or maybe around my waist, and catch the other end of the rope on the mouse. And if I give Gwen the sign, she has to clap the mouse so the mouse runs away and pulls me up quickly in case I
What
get into
she
trouble
says.
down there.
What's the sign?
I whistle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you whistle, I'll make the mouse run. I got it.
Und ich mache es halt kurz. I just do it once, so she know what exactly the whistle sounds like. And if you like, this could take the time for the others to arrive. If you want to reunite the party, or if you want to.
I mean, yeah, you spend a bit of time looking for the thing. I think we'll say just as you're about to go down, you're looking back at Gwen. You can see two specks on the horizon of Litha and Santiago making their way towards you.
Okay,
And you notice that just like you can see a bit of
recognize,
red for the red hair of Litha. You're pretty sure it's her. And
Yeah, I
Santiago,
recognize
you
the
thought he had like a white shirt, but he's kind of grayish colored.
Yeah. So at first reflex, I just go down with my keysket, and then I just stand up again when I recognize them and make.
You're waiting.
big
Okay.
hand sign.
So you wait. You all join back. You explain what's happened. Santiago shows the key. The map seems to be pointing to this spot as well. You can see that there's like a trapdoor drawn in the middle, kind of. So the key would have opened this trapdoor, you suspect, but it's open now anyway, permanently. Yeah. So you're having this discussion. Why don't all three of you, Gwen's still standing by the mouse, kind of watching you. She doesn't want to kind of go near the hole. Why don't all three of you give me a caution, street plus caution test?
Sure.
Shamelessly award.
Oh, basic. Nothing more.
Basic. No, two basics basically.
Oh, hey.
Whee.
4 5s.
Wow.
4.
No way.
I don't know what I'm doing this evening.
So you're just
This
discussing
was
this.
bad.
You're just discussing this in quiet tones, when all of you think you hear something, but Litha, for whatever reason, you're sure you heard someone talking, like in hushed tones from down below.
I'm like shutting the boys up.
You don't hear anything else. Okay, I'm back again. I'm starting the stream
Yeah.
again.
Okay.
Can you let me know when
Good.
it's back on?
Now we're moving again. I can see something
Yeah, we're
on the...
moving, I guess.
Yeah, for now.
Mm.
Oh man, fiber optic, it can't come fast enough to this little corner of nowhere that I live in.
Yep.
Anyway,
So,
so yeah, what were you saying just then when I got no internet?
Good. He's hearing stuff. Litha.
yeah, I
It's
would
shutting us
shut up the guys
Yeah.
and be like,
So you
And
probably didn't
just
hear me
make
then.
them
I was
invested.
saying that the response to that was you all go quiet, and once you go quiet, it goes quiet down there as well. So you have a feeling that maybe somebody was listening to you talking, and were maybe talking themselves at the same time. But once you've gone quiet, there's nothing. You even wait like however long you want to wait. You're not going to hear anything. But we'll say you wait at least like a couple of minutes. But
Okay.
definitely Humphrey and Santiago thought you heard something too, but you weren't quite sure.
Huh.
And Litha, you definitely heard words being spoken. So you don't think it was a
Okay.
creature. You think it was probably a littling. You couldn't catch what it was, either in a different language or you just didn't catch it correctly. So you couldn't make out any
Okay.
specific words.
Okay.
After a couple of minutes,
quiet is-
Santiago is theater not is whispering, but theater whispering. Should we let them know that we heard them? But quietly as possible.
Probably not. They are listening on us.
Okay.
And Humphrey gets up a little and says,
No sense to go down there right now. We bring the body back to the city, as you promised. You didn't promise her, at least, right?
Gwen's like,
and I
you didn't
and
find
I-
the
and
page,
I-
though, did you, Santiago?
I signal Gwen.
I do
Oh.
the big winky
Yes,
stuff.
it's too dangerous.
Yes, let's.
She says quite
yeah.
loud. Yes, it's too dangerous. Let's go back. Let's go back to Walford.
Yeah.
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 Sure. Let's.
I
go
need a
back.
wash anyway.
At least
Santiago says truthfully.
he got the money, at least. I mean,
Oh yeah, a coin.
Oh yeah, bunch of it.
coin is coin.
Got good work out of it.
And then we
So
just
trying to lure them out.
so there are we are on a plain or on a clearing right now, but there are also mushroom forest to the sides, right?
But nowhere near you. It would take you like a half an hour of walking. Maybe not. Maybe a bit less than that. It would take you a little bit of time to get near them. Certainly out of range
Okay.
if your Keese gets to hide behind some mushrooms. So you're in
Okay,
like a I was saying it's like a plain, but it's not the carpet plains. So it's like a big expanse of where there's like where there are no mushrooms very close, rather than a clearing. Yeah.
So yeah, but
I mean, you could
There
definitely
is-
lie
there is-
down. You could definitely lie down if you want to. Like, you said you wanted to wait for them to come out. So if you
Yeah.
kind of move back a bit and just lay down and had your keys get pointing at it, you could definitely do that. And I'm sure Santiago would get his pistol out, and so would Gwen.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
and I
Just
think we could move the mouse.
don't be 4 points opposite each other. Obviously.
No.
And I
no.
since the trap door is still open, right? It's not just shadows. It's still a
It's
plank
like
that
it's like on a very simple hinge that has
Yeah.
that kind of can open like completely 180 degrees. So you've lifted it up and it's just kind of like slammed down on the other side. So for someone to close it, they would have to get out and like pull it back up and back down. So it'd be kind of a bit of a pain in the arse to do.
Okay, so no use to hide the mouse in that direction. So yeah, well, okay, the mouse has to just stay there and keep quiet, I suppose. So Humphrey makes a show of walking away, stomping through the muddy ground, and
Okay,
then
you get into
then-
position.
getting in position.
Okay.
And,
I'm just aware of the time. Let me just ask very quickly. There's a few more scenes to bring this to its like natural conclusion. Do we want to keep playing for a little bit longer, or do you want do people have a hard cutoff time of 11 o'clock?
No, it's
No.
fine.
No.
Okay,
No.
I can go on too. So I'd rather
I'm curious.
move this one along.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take another break when we get to the hour and a half, the next hour and a half. So at like 11 o'clock, we'll take another quick break, and then we'll pick up again and finish this off. So it will be longer than 3 hours, unfortunately. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay. So you all get into position, you wait, and just to move things along, after a certain point of time, we'll say it's been a good 5+ minutes. A head pokes out cautiously out of the hole. And you notice that it is, you suspect, I mean, it's, I guess it would be easy to tell. It's a fairy. And it's not Juliet. It's a fairy you've not seen before. And you can see that they have, like, the collar looks to be like they're wearing a military uniform.
And since we are blown as soon as she looks around, because there's still the mouse hanging around.
And that's exactly what
Humphrey's-
he's poked his head out and he's just started looking around. Like he's not just going to climb out. He's like, are they really gone?
Yeah. And Humphrey stands up. Keys get locked on his head and says,
Hello there. Come out nice and tightly. Hands in the air.
They immediately drop.
I'll.
So
done.
why don't you give me a anyone who wants to take a shot as they just start to drop. You're gonna need to get a critical success
Can I do something like
on a shoot
intimidation or
roll.
something like that?
On a what?
Can I do something like intimidation? No, that's too late for that, right?
I would say in this instance it's not gonna work. So
Okay.
yeah.
Starting the
Oh,
first
yeah.
political incident. Wah, wah, wah. So street and shoot, right?
If you want to shoot, I mean you don't have to shoot if you don't want to.
I made a promise, basically. No. No, I didn't. But yeah, it's just instinct now.
Who's shooting? I mean, because you all theoretically have a bead on this person. No, is Litha gonna fire?
No, she's insecure when it comes to people.
Right, gotcha. Sure.
That's just Hunter's reflexes now from Humphrey.
Yeah.
And so I got a free reroll.
Yep, you do.
For
It's a
with the range. I got 2 basic successes, right?
Yeah, I need,
so
it's
I
a
can
critical.
only.
Yeah, that you need.
Yeah. Okay, so I can only reroll 1 die, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So
it.
you need to match one of those 2. And did you reroll already? No. Okay.
He's now, I think.
Fantastic. It's a critical
it.
and a basic.
Okay.
Yikes. Poor fairy.
Okay.
I don't think that's
That
clever,
extra
but-
basic. So basically this enemy is this enemy type is basic difficulty. So you've done 4 damage to their track with the because you got the criticals were 3. Yeah, and another basic.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting that all into the track just to keep it simple. Just as he's starting to go down, your musket ball hits him like right in the forehead. And you don't get it. I mean, I'm not going to be too gory, but you're sure it connected just as he was going down anyway. But the descent turns into a fall, and you can hear a body like kind of thumping to the ground below, and you can hear some other voices shouting in alarm.
And Santiago wants to run over and jump into the hole.
Okay, it's about a 10-meter drop.
Oh well. I have an ace more.
Yes, amazing, great.
Oh my god. Okay, yep.
Oh no, we
I mean,
just
you're
got
not-
Franz Ferdinand. Oh no.
Hold on. You gain a free reroll when performing acrobatics or breaking a fall because you're an acrobat. And there's a ladder nearby, so you could try and it's like basically a vertical tunnel with a ladder in it.
Yeah.
So you're jumping, I guess, like you're jumping feet first
Yeah, but still, I'm
with a lancetta in one hand.
Lancetta and pistol, of course. Yes.
Well, don't you want a free hand?
No. Okay, of course, Lancetta in one hand, pistol away, and Lancetta, and then jumping down. I just
Okay.
like the scene.
I like the scene too. I'm just trying to visualize. Are you jumping in with no hands free?
No, 1 hand free. That's enough. I've done this.
All right.
In
And
my
do you want to
dreams.
spend your last Oh, you've got 3 because you have the Joker as well. You can spend one of your.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend it.
So you don't even need to roll the dice. You can basically pull off a dangerous stunt. Avoid the
Yeah.
consequences of a fall. I mean, it's just perfect. So somehow as you're flying down 10 equivalent meters. It's not 10 actual meters, it's 10 tiny meters, right? You're falling down this hole. You manage to just right at the right moment, like get a hand somehow, and you kind of land with just a tiny compression of your knees at the bottom with your lancetta, and you see two fairies standing startled in front of you. In fact, you could even say, if you wanted to, the body of the dead one could break your fall even.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Squash.
And they're extremely startled, and because of that awesomeness, I'm gonna allow you to get like a free quick action.
Oh yeah. Could I intimidate
What you're
them as
and what you're looking at are 2 fairies in full military uniforms, so they're military, but it's like it's old. It's from the Household War. You haven't seen this type of uniform in 6 years. And you, in fact,
Okay.
I guess most of you will know because it was kind of talked about a lot after the war and the signing of the treaty and the formation of the High Council. that they changed their uniform. That was kind of a big thing. Is like, this is a new regime almost, right? And we're doing away with the old. So these ones are wearing like, like older fairy uniforms. But they're also armed. They're also armed. I mean, they are.
Have guns or swords.
That's a good question. They have both. They have. Let's say that they have heavy keyskets, both of them. So they're bladed on the end.
I'm wearing all.
Oh, one of them has a bladed key set. The other one has a half scissor on his hip, and he has a pistol in his hand.
I'm not wanted.
This isn't like D&D or anything like that, where it matters exactly what they're armed with. They're kind of treated as a group
I was
opponent.
Just reading the situation.
Sure.
And I want to say, yield or die.
Okay. Yep, you can absolutely try that.
I want to threaten them. Yeah, I don't want to have a big fight now. I just did
we'll see how well you do.
Epic entrance. I don't know what to roll for.
It's authority. It's intimidation is authority, so war plus authority.
Oh.
So a dice pool of 4.
Okay, I'm not impossible, but...
And I did give you a clue. I said that Jakob did 4 damage, so his target was a basic.
Yeah.
So that's going to tell you what the target is here.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got the basic, and I'm gonna keep it there. I'm gonna succeed then.
Okay.
Or if that's a success, I'm not sure, but yeah.
I think because they're trained soldiers, what we're gonna do is they keep their. In fact, we'll say that the one that has the pistol, and the sword, he's not actually. His hands are free at the moment. He doesn't actually have them out. The other one is holding the keysket, but he's holding it down, and they aren't yielding to you, but they are. It's like they're stunned for a round. Like they're not. They're kind of like cautious. Like, you would probably be a little bit more intimidating if you didn't look like you've been rolling around in slime. But it is what it is.
But the others get around to get here, or at least up there, and I could say something more. So.
But there's this uneasy pause. Meanwhile, back up at the top of the ladder, maybe Humphrey and Letha are have their heads looking down. I can imagine looking down into the hole, like, what the? I'm not going to use my second F-bomb. What did he just do?
Yeah.
And there's enough light at the.
Mythological creature in this one.
There's a little bit of light you can see at the bottom. You can see that he's somehow managed to land, and he's got his lancetta out. But because of how the narrowness of it as it goes down 10 tiny meters, you can't really make out any details at the bottom, like who he's talking to or anything. He seems to be standing on the body of the other one, though. Yeah, you gonna spend that?
I was just use this for my rapid reload, and then just follow him.
You don't need. I don't think you need to use that because we're gonna ignore that for now.
Okay, fine.
And you can, by the way, you don't. Those jokers are used for activating your moves, but they can also be used for gaining a +1 to any action or reaction roll. We didn't talk about this. You can repeat a move again. So if you want to do moves multiple times, you can do that. You can remove a condition that's tied to the suit of the Joker that you have.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so I will just follow him. Not that fast, so they can still interact.
Okay.
But I would not hesitate to follow and support him, even though I'm very astonished from what he did.
And Carmen, is Litha gonna go down too?
Absolutely, I'm going to slide down that ladder if I can.
Do you want to go before me or after me? Because Humphrey's not gonna slide, basically, but just really rapid climbing.
Yeah.
If you slide, there's gonna be a roll, and if you fail, you're gonna take a little bit of stress damage, which.
Or land softly on Santiago.
The element of surprise, and fear.
Well, she wants to go down there and quickly, and she's clumsy, so I think roll is just narratively making sense. So
there are falling rules. I'm just trying to find them quickly. I remember seeing them, but I didn't make note of them.
Well, yeah.
Because it'll tell me what to roll for. But let's just go with dexterity, because that seems to make a lot of sense to me. which is
Yeah.
which is to do with agility, and street we'll just keep it with street because that makes sense to me. So
Okay.
for you that
3 dice.
is
3
2 plus
dice.
1. You're not very dexterous, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I have
you
a
can't-
basic.
You have a basic. I mean, I wouldn't
I have a
probably
basic.
re-roll that.
No. No,
Okay.
it's not going to be more, so this is
I would
this
say
is the
that
basic.
I would say you probably needed a critical here.
Yeah,
So that means
absolutely.
you've mitigated. So you would have taken 3 damage if you failed. Stress damage we'll go with. But because of you kind of just managed to stop your descent. You start sliding faster than you thought you would be, and it's also hurting your hands a little bit. And you land a bit harder just behind Santiago than you intended to, so you take 2 stress. So just tick 2 of the stress boxes on your character sheet.
Yep, done.
Yep. And yeah. Humphrey starts going down, so it's going to take you this action, and you'll be down at the end of the next action. Jakob.
So basically 2 actions, or
Yeah. Yeah. Because Carmen's just used a full action just to get to the bottom by sliding.
yes.
You're
okay.
going to be halfway down now, and then it's going to take you another one to get to the bottom.
Yeah, I imagine her just running before me while I was just walking and swiftly reloading my
But-
key skid.
This is where
She's
they would
just-
have their reaction stage, their reaction turn. They're not going to have reaction turn because they're startled and cowed by I was going to say Rasmus, but by Santiago. Litha has just joined them, standing there like sliding down, landing a bit hard, probably on your backside as well.
Yes.
And then standing up, I mean, rubbing your tailbone like, okay, yep, I'm totally in control here. And then Humphrey is just, you're going to be coming down behind them. But before you come down, we have a new action for Lith and Santiago. You seem to, it looks like they are calculating. I think Santiago, you can tell from your days of dueling that they're going to try something. For sure. Like, this is right before a riposte or before someone makes some sort of fencing move.
yeah, and I want to force them to make a choice. So I take a quick step sideways, so they have to choose between me or Letha, and I say, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you give me another roll? Same roll we made before, which is the authority plus war. I'm going to give you a +1 because you'd already cowed them once, and with Litha there, I think it's helping your situation.
Yeah. I'm just checking again. 14 war. That's 5 dice.
So 5 dice, yeah.
Oh yes, that's a basic, and yeah, we said basic was okay, right? So
Yeah.
it worked last time, so I'm gonna stay at basic.
And the way I'm handling this is because they're trained soldiers, that it's just kind of like the one basic is gonna like just stunning them kind of for one round.
And I want to point my lance at the one who is mostly ready to fire, mostly ready to act.
Well, the one who's got a weapon in his hands.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Because all he has to do is lift his gun and pull the trigger. Whereas the other one would have to theoretically draw something, which is going to take a bit of time.
Yeah. So in visually for me, it's the lance's point is around neck height.
Okay, so you're kind of like okay, yeah, I like that.
No. Yeah.
Okay, what's Litha doing?
Who am I facing actually?
Well, there's 2 of them. So
he's
he's moved to the side and he's pointing his lancetta at the guy with the heavy key set. So the guy who has a half scissor and a pistol but hasn't drawn either of them is now kind of like, I guess, kind of facing you.
I will for sure keep that one in check. I will raise the key skid against him. Like, don't you even think about
Okay, so you're kind of like pointing a rifle at him, point blank almost.
it. Yep.
Okay.
Santiago just has a small smile.
And then the figure of Humphrey turns around from where he's climbed down, pulls his heavy key set out, and it's 3 against 2. At this point, the one with the heavy key set drops his heavy key set, puts his hands up, and says, "We surrender," in heavily accented, House-ish is it called? I can't remember the name of the language. Yeah. Well, the main like
House
the
is so common.
Hausian.
Yeah.
Plus him. Good.
What are those soldiers? Shit.
Where is the little noble girl?
They ignore, almost like they're ignoring you.
Oh, of course they do. I'm not.
I'm just pulling the barrel of my keysket under the one's chin and say, lift his head up and say,
He asks you something. You better answer. He's in command now.
All right, why don't we do a we're gonna go with an authority test here, but I think this makes sense to be an extended roll.
sure.
And there's a specific type of extended roll which I quite like the look of, which is a There's a lot of good ones. So there's basically like 5 different ones that they've come up with. One is called a cumulative success, which we've already handled, which is more about for like using clues or building something big or complex. Consecutive successes. This is prolonged or continuous effort, which might work. Multiple successes is a little bit boring here. Best of 3, so you make 3 rolls and you need to get successful for 2 of them, which might work.
Okay.
Or the strike method. You can only fail 1, 2, or 3 times. When you fail too many times, it means you failed. I think that's not the right one. So I'd say let's go with the consecutive successes.
Okay.
If you fail twice in a row, it might take too long. It might take too long. Forget it. Because I could see where it'd be like 1 and 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 1. Let's go with best of 3. And because there's 3 of you, you each make a test because you're all kind of doing this together. And we need 2 of you to get. We need 2 basic successes, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least.
And it's authority and
of you.
war still, or is
War and
it...
authority. Yep.
More
Yeah.
authority.
Be bad.
And I would say because of the situation you're in, I'll give each of you a +1 as well.
Okay.
Because you have them at a disadvantage for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a critical.
Oh, excellent, Humphrey.
I want all of you to roll anyway because it's good. How well you
Yeah,
succeed
yeah.
will tell me.
Are we going to do one at a time, or
All together, doesn't matter.
everyone's-
Yeah, go for it.
It's a no from me. I don't have any success.
And a basic from me.
Okay. So Litha isn't particularly intimidating, but Humphrey makes up for it.
No.
As he gets the blade of his heavy keysket right up against one of them or something, and they break. So they basically very quickly tell you that that they are working for a noble fairy, and they say she is kind of point a direction down that way. Please don't kill us, etc.
Coins and weapons on the ground.
They do. They're gonna do whatever you want. So what's your plan with them? By this time, Gwen has come down the ladder as well
Okay.
Yeah. I think
with the rope,
bundle. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Bundle them up and.
but no mouse. The mouse is at the top still.
gets eaten by the
That's
spider.
how it is. Oh no, poor thing.
Oh no.
I mean, a mouse could
Yeah.
quite easily climb down a ladder down a vertical shaft. No issue.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think we tied them up and at
Disarm
least
them.
disarm them and.
Yep. And you can like cut off some of their uniform and gag them and stuff too. While
Yeah,
you're doing all
we'll do
this, you notice that there's something a bit unusual about their insignia.
Mm-hmm.
The insignia for the kind of fairy realm is a crystal star with a number of stars around it, smaller stars around it. And these ones, it looks like they've removed some of the stars from the emblem. Now I know there's some player knowledge coming into play here. I can see some nodding, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your characters will know about this. So for you to understand what that means, I need any of you to make a basic to succeed at a basic test which is because it has to do with knowledge. We're going to be making a, I think insight is what is the correct one.
Or
Solve
is it
riddles and
culture?
puzzles, find a solution, or culture.
Oh no.
Culture. It'll be culture for sure.
Culture
Academia
is
plus
probably
culture.
better, but not for Santiago.
that's
I mean, you
good
can
for
all
me.
you
That's
can all
good
make a
for
roll
me.
for it. You can all make a roll
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Does Gwen know something? I mean, she's smart.
Gwen.
and
I
the
mean,
book won.
Gwen's very smart, but I'm not rolling for her.
Okay.
I mean, I
Oh
could.
no.
I want to see
no.
how well you do first, because I have a feeling some of you are going to know about this.
Okay, I got a basic.
Okay, that's all you needed. Did Humphrey get a basic at all?
Nah, he doesn't know stuff.
Okay. So what
Santiago
you
says, look, it looks wrong, but I don't know why.
Yeah, it's soldiers. It's a bit of trouble, right?
yeah, so these are a group of basically terrorists, ferry terrorists. They're ultra nationalists, which basically means that they are all about pro ferry, down everyone else. They're kind of made to be a bit like the Nazis in the. There's a very strong parallel here with how they're depicted, even in the artwork and the kind of Nazi party. So they are basically they've removed two of the stars from their insignia, because there's basically two of the stars have to do with the noble fairy houses, and they feel that two of them have are kind of don't belong. Basically they're like an ultra nationalist faction of fairies, and they are not. They are terrorists. They don't want there to be peace between all of the different factions, so they're not happy with the peace that was signed and the kind of the way things are right now.
And
And
they
I'm
are
guessing
also
they're not happy
lynching
with the Slua at all.
Oh, they hate the Slua.
Yeah,
I'm
they
guessing
are-
that's gonna affect Letha.
I mean, they're more scared of you than racist, so to speak. Like they're worried that you're like they probably think that you're the devil incarnate. You know, you're a dirty slua with a sword at their throat. Like there's no way you're gonna let them live because they've probably been brainwashed to think that that's you're killers. So they're probably a little bit surprised.
I'm mostly guessing that Letha is gonna have a problem with that as well, right?
Yeah. So Letha has to tell us first.
I mean, all four of you are non-fairy, so.
Oh,
But the Slua specifically, were like it was a big battle between the fairy and the Slua. So the Slua are a particularly hated group by the fairy, by this group of fairy, I should say. Okay, so but you don't know any reason why they shouldn't be here in the hearth, and you have no idea about what this has to do with Argo's diary. In fact, when you question them, they don't seem to know what you're talking about. So
Okay,
they're
but
probably
Lisa was
just
right
grunts.
on.
They're like foot soldiers, basically.
She's like looking at them. What are you doing here?
Yeah, they're protecting. They're guarding the this area against intruders like you, so that their noble can do. So that their noble lady can do her great work.
Okay. Should we just leave
You
them
know.
here?
I mean, they're trussed up tightly. I don't need to roll for this. I'm aware of the time as well.
Yeah.
So you can securely. I mean, you're underneath the floorboards in an old mansion. So there's gonna be like wooden things. There's gonna be like nails, rusty nails sticking up and stuff. Plenty of places for you to tie them to things securely. And
Absolutely.
if you don't want to kill them like in cold blood, you can make sure to take their weapons away so they can't attack you. We can divvy them up later. But
Yeah.
I want to take the spare ammunition for the keysket, basically.
Yep.
Just to be sure.
Santiago doesn't know anything about this. He just says, "Let's just tie them up and leave them.
yeah.
Let's go and find this paper."
Okay. Yep. So
Very, very calmly as we leave, say, "We're not the monsters you think we are. Really not. If so, you wouldn't sit here alive."
They don't look convinced, but they don't say anything.
Oh,
So
that's fine.
you're not sure if that's a win or not.
And as we leave, you hear Humphrey say,
Yeah, we should probably kill them. They are military guys. We are in trouble, right?
No, no.
And
They
the
are
last thing
worse
is,
than military guys.
and the last thing Santiago does is turn around and smile at them and just leaves.
I'm not sure
doesn't-
that's helping.
No.
Probably not. Okay.
I will relay what they are to you guys.
Very quickly, do we want to take a break, or do you want to just power through?
I need a short break.
Okay. Well, why don't we take a short,
Short.
like 2 or 3 minute break, and then we'll come back.
Yes.
Yep.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yes.
Okie doke. That was a very quick break, and we're back. So you've tied them up. You are going to be making your way around. But Carmen, were you about to? You were starting to say something else, or Litha was starting to say something else to them. I think just before we.
It was, just,
We're not
just
monsters.
just saying like we're not the monsters.
That's
like,
right.
But we had that, I think so.
Yeah, that's right. We did that, and they didn't made no response. Okay, and Santiago, we ended it with Santiago kind of grinning at them, which, yeah, probably doesn't make them feel too comfortable. Right, you make your way along the way they're kind of heading before. There is one more random encounter you could handle, but just in terms of trying to wrap this up, we're going to ignore that. Where there's another group of, out patrolling potentially. So in the interest of getting to the end of this scenario, since we're running over, you see a glow after a certain period of time. There's kind of like, again, you're under a floor, underground, but it does seem to be like it's kind of like almost like a tunnel that you're following. But it kind of opens up in places. But you have the feeling in certain parts where you think it's been opened up, it looks like someone has blocked them off too. So you're in this kind of tunnel. There are some places where it opens, but where the openings are, they're quite small, and any larger openings seem to have been sort of barricaded or closed off, which is kind of interesting. And ahead of you, you see this sorry, not green, but you see a glowing light. And as you approach, you can hear the sound of industry, specifically like axes, pickaxes, something like that, voices chattering. Yeah, but it's still a ways off right now. You can kind of just see this glow and hear this noise. The smell is still kind of like just dusty. There's no kind of funny smell in the air or anything like that. Not where you are anyway.
What are
That
they
sounds-
doing down here?
I don't know. It sounds like hard labor.
It does. Want to take a look?
Yeah, absolutely.
We are standing in front of a locked door, right? Or is it just?
There's no door. It's an opening. It's like an open door almost, if you can imagine that.
Okay. Open door.
And as you get closer, it looks like potentially, just because you can tell from like perspective and stuff, it opens into a fairly large room potentially.
Okay.
Like you see kind of like it's opening and opening up at the far end. And the closer you get, you also notice that there's a figure with their back to you. Like when you're looking in, it's not like a tunnel that keeps going. It seems to be a room, and you're looking at the back of the room. So you're coming. If you imagine just for simplicity, it's an upside down bowl shaped room. You're coming in one end, and imagine that there's no other door there. So what you can see is the opposite end inside this room, the far wall. That's kind of what the impression that you're getting, and as you get closer, you can see that there's a figure standing with their back to you, a single figure, and there look to be desks or tables in front of them. And you can see that there might be books or something like that on the table as you're getting closer. And they seem to be working kind of bent over, like with their hands kind of like drawing, writing, something like that.
That person is alone?
Yep. But you're also, the noises of industry are getting louder the closer you get.
Okay, but this is a single room with one person in it, right?
Well, you're not in the room yet. You're still approaching it.
I can't fathom the whole size.
You're in it. It's basically you're like in a tunnel approaching a big. What I'm describing currently is like a big bowl of a room, but you're still in the tunnel, and it's just what you can see as you're getting closer. Because
And the silhouette of this person we don't recognize. It's not a.
you're kind of too far still. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You have to get into the room to get more information.
Okay. Can I sneak up?
Sneaking.
Yeah, I give Letha
Because I'm
and
very sneaky.
Santiago a brief look if we sneak in.
So it's gonna be caution in street.
So
Who's in the front?
Does Pathfinder apply?
You're not really in the whoa.
Not really, yeah.
No, I think this is more of a stealth thing than a pathfinding thing specifically.
Fine. I'll
Yeah.
take the lead.
Okay, I would go behind Letha, but not to be as quick as she is, but rather giving her cover. I have my keys get us loaded, and in case anyone recognizes her, anyone sees her, I'm gonna shoot before they do.
Okay, so
And
you're
after that is Santiago with Lancetta and pistol.
yeah. Well, let's say the tunnel is wide enough that all three of you could walk abreast,
Ooh,
but
abreast.
you would be like brushing the ends. The two ends would be brushing your like arms up against the wall. So
I
it's
can
like
see how the
three shoulder
perspective
widths.
changes, and we see ourselves from the front end.
But so I'm just saying it's like 3 shoulder widths wide, but you're going single file, I imagine, or more or less. Like you're maybe offset slightly so you can kind of see around each other.
Yep,
Okay,
That sounds
that
grand.
makes sense.
Gwen's taking up the rear. Yep. Okay.
Okay. That's a critical.
3 threes,
nice.
a critical.
I've got a basic
Um,
success. I risk some reroll.
So you're all okay.
Oh, this is how do you call 4 successes? For a
Extreme.
quadruple? Extreme
Extreme.
success. Yeah, I got an extreme success.
So you're
Wow.
I'm gonna make a roll. I haven't made a roll yet. I'm gonna roll for Gwen.
We're ninjas in the dark.
Yeah, but you've got Gwen. You got Gwen with you, so this could go.
Oh yeah, of
crazy.
course.
Oh,
and she
Gwen.
goes.
What did I say it was?
Snipers over
What did I
there?
say it was? War plus. What did I say to roll? Sorry.
No, street plus
Caution plus street.
Illusion?
Caution plus street.
Illusion.
caution. Yeah,
No. Caution. I said.
caution.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
All right. She's got a dice
Okay,
pool of
right.
3.
Oh, come on, Gwen.
Come on.
What's that,
Gwen.
Carmen? Did you roll the wrong amount?
No, it would be the same for me.
Okay,
The
yeah,
same
then-
dice, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Can I give her
Oh, she got a basic.
Oh,
Can I give her some sort of a boat? So that's okay for her? She got a basic?
Basic was a target.
Okay, fine.
So surprisingly, even Gwen is being particularly stealthy. And Litha first, as you're kind of creeping down into the room, the first thing that you notice is that the left side, it is in fact a big round room. It's huge, this room. And there's scaffolding along the left-hand side as you're coming in. And up at the top of the scaffolding, there's 5 or 6 workers, ferry workers. And these aren't soldiers. They don't look like soldiers at all. They look like manual labor people, like tradespeople, ferries, tradesmen, whatever you want to call them. They're kind of, built more like they've been doing hard work, like carpentry, or they could be miners. You're not sure. Some of them have axes. Some of them have shovels, and it looks like they are enlarging the room. Is the impression you're getting. And you're just kind of seeing them. You're still just coming up to the doorway. You're just seeing them, and you notice a shadow. I'm not sure exactly the way light's playing in my head, but there's enough light in there that there's a bit of a shadow, and you're aware that there is somebody standing just inside the doorway. On the other, like once you go in, they'll be like directly to your left. Like there's a shift, and the shadow shifts slightly, and you're like, oh, okay, that's littling shaped shadow just inside the door, and you're like maybe the equivalent of like 2 or 3 tiny meters from the door entrance. Just
and
say
it's
2.
still the person by the desk. I'm just checking.
Oh, the person by that desk is far away, probably like
Okay.
they're still at the other, like against the other wall, but you can tell now. It's someone wearing a uniform that looks like the uniform from the soldiers that you had tied up. But the figure is more slender. Potentially Yeah, I don't want to give anything away. A more slender figure. So Litha's in the front. Carmen, what's the plan? I'm gonna give you a very short period of time to think about this.
Sure.
In real time.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, kind of. I would draw back a little again. I would go signal to push back a little and stay hidden for the moment. To kind of decide if we want to go in there guns blazing or not.
Well, all 4 of you succeeded at stealth checks. So, from my perspective, I mean, I don't ever make people roll the same thing again unless there's a very good reason for it. So you're still being stealthy. You notice, you think that there might be some shape moving on the other side as well.
Okay.
So potentially on either side of the doorway, there's potentially at least 1 or 2 littlings, maybe more. You don't know.
I don't want to just do this in hand
Yeah.
gestures because it's not gonna translate good for the audience. But go in and take 2 sides and 1 pins down the other parts.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's gonna do what?
Oh,
Humphrey would.
I go left.
I mean, you've got a melee weapon, so it makes sense you're gonna
Yeah.
cover one of the ones inside the door. Humphrey technically
and
also
Humphrey's
has a
weapon is
melee.
also better for.
Yeah.
It has the
Humphrey
sharpened weapon quality, which means you can use it as a melee weapon. Yeah.
would- Yeah.
So Litha's gonna go straight for the straight across.
Yeah, straight across for the person standing back to us. I also have a long rifle, so I can cover more distance.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Gwen's got a pistol out. She's gonna be providing
Gwen
backup.
goes for the paper.
When you take the paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got her. She's doing that. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Okay.
So, the other side of the wall is 20 tiny meters roughly ahead of you.
Okay.
And as you're this close, you can definitely see that they are indeed desks, and there are papers and books on them. And as the person is kind of moving around a bit, as they're working at this desk, standing up at this desk with their back to you, you notice that the person has long blonde hair.
I lean close to the other, says snooty face.
Probably snooty face.
All right, let's do this. You move into the room. Because of your stealth actions, you get a free kind of combat action to start instead of having a reaction first. It is indeed. There are 2 littling soldiers. These ones actually are. They look a bit more competent than the ones outside, and they're waiting for you. They're both armed with. They have pistols tucked into their holsters at their hips, but they both have half scissors, in their hands. And they have a trait called shield, but I don't think that in this case literally means that they have a shield. It's just that they're potentially maybe they have like more padded cuirasses or something where they're a bit more kind of armored in a way. That's how I see it. I don't like the idea of them having swords potentially. It doesn't seem to fit in my view of these like fairy soldiers. Anyway, so you do that. Litha kind of like I imagine you kind of like almost kind of like half jogging past them to let them handle it. You look left and right. It's just those 2 in there, no one else. These guards are kind of once you enter the room, they stop their work and they kind of like are huddled against the wall, like watching what's happening. They look absolutely terrified.
The workers, not the guards.
The workers.
Yeah.
And then Gwen comes in looking like she's ready to, tear the place up.
And in the background, you see just Santiago and Humphrey just floating through the door and pressing them against the wall.
Actually, as Gwen enters the room, a dove comes flying in slow motion over her shoulder. No, it doesn't. This isn't a
What
John Woo
about
film.
giant
I'm sorry.
dove?
A giant dove. Oh my god, that would be terrifying.
Now a T-Rex is there.
Oh no, they have a bomber.
I was getting carried away with the John Woo reference. Anyway, so this all happens at once. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do an action turn. So how do you want to be handling this? I mean, you're basically going to be, they're going to be trying to attack you as soon as they realize that you're coming into the room. They're setting an ambush. So I'm assuming you're both going to be attacking them?
Yes.
Yeah. Jakob, you first.
Yeah, we see they are more trained soldiers, not like those.
Yeah.
Willy
So
nillys
I'm
at
giving
the
you a
gate,
hint that they're
so-
going to be a little bit more competent to
Okay,
attack.
so Humphrey won't pull back. He thought about just strangling with them with the barrel of his keyscat, but now he's just, nah, this is fight or die. And yeah, I will just try to rush to the door and just cut an X in his throat with my keyscat.
Okay,
And
hold
this
on a
is-
second. Yeah, but you have to hold on a second. Yeah, first it's the intent of what you want to do. And then I'll tell you what their traits are that are going to modify your rolls.
Yes. Do we get a bonus die for the surprise?
No, technically you get to act first.
Okay.
Should I describe also, or do you want to do Humphrey first?
I mean, you're both doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Different style, though.
Yeah.
I have more of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing that comes into play here is that they're armed. So
Yep.
this is the first one. That means you're going to have a -1 to any melee attacks against them. Okay? They're also armored.
-1 more? No.
-1 more. Characters who attack
Oh,
with anything
gosh.
but a firearm, pointed, or ranged. No, pointed. Okay, pointed is going to be both of you.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, sharpened,
I
not
have a
pointed.
vis-
Or
Sharp,
ranged
yeah,
weapon.
Sharp.
Sharp isn't
okay.
pointed. But your lancetta is definitely pointed. So that means Humphrey's gonna have a -2,
Yeah.
and Santiago's gonna have a -1.
And I have a pre-reroll if I want to.
So, yeah, I got -1 because they also got a weapon and because they are armored.
Yeah. So 2
And-
minus for you.
Yeah, and sharp does not negate the armor, right?
I don't
just
think so. I'm
pointed.
gonna check that
Okay.
very quickly. When it says pointed, I just need to check if any of the weapons have the pointed condition.
Yep.
If not, then we can say that yours counts as well. Weapons. Pointed is a trait.
Okay. Cool.
Let's just check the lancetta. Oh, the lancetta is not pointed.
Oh no. Okay, so it's not a needle. It's a heavier slashing sword. Yeah.
Yes, it's
That's gonna-
specifically saying what doesn't count towards it. Ranged, so you could shoot them point blank, actually, Jakob, and that would negate that damage. But which is always an
Make
option
noise,
too.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make noise. So.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of
Doesn't
noise happening
matter.
anyway in a second.
Okay, well then, yeah, I thought we still try to do this stealthily, but yeah, okay.
Oh, but they're waiting for you. You're just getting the drop of them right now, and they're gonna be attacking straight away after this. So there's no point in trying to be stealthy now.
Okay, so I just try to get my keyscat between us and bam, from below.
Yeah.
Probably, the recoil will probably just kick my thigh, but never mind.
So with the heavy keyscat, you get a +1 to shoot.
What?
And-
Oh, no, we're back at 5.
I think. I can't remember. I think I'm just gonna ignore it for now. There might have been a rule about firing rifles at a like arm's reach effectively, or like short melee distance, that it might be difficult. I'm gonna ignore it for now. For the rule of cool, we're just gonna kind of. I'll look up the rule later, and if we might be that later on we change this and we go with like if this says something specific in the rule book. But I'm just aware of trying to keep things moving quickly. So you get a +1.
And while you...
Yeah.
Go. No.
The key set gives you a +1 to shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's one of the traits for the weapon. You don't have either of those negative penalties because the armored is only good against weapons that aren't ranged or pointed, etc. And their armed skill is only if you're attacking with like a melee weapon. So you're kind of I know. Let's say that minus one for armed because you are close up. They can try and get their sword to like push the barrel of it away from them.
Yeah.
So
like
it washes out. Yeah.
Okay. Would like to take one of the asses in my sleeve and just give me one more die, right?
You can do that. Yep. That's one of the ways you can use it. Yep.
While Jacob rolls, I've just described what Santiago wants to do, if it's okay.
Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Yeah. And he will go in with his lancetta hold high in his left hand and do a feint with it and then shoot the guy in the face with the gun.
Nice.
Now you have a Joker, Rasmus.
Yes.
The Joker, one of the things you can do is that you can gain an extreme success automatically without rolling the dice. That's 4 successes. But you getting a Joker back, so the only aces you're going to get back at the start of the next chapter are going to be the aces, not the Joker. So this Joker is really powerful. It can be gained back, but it's got to be gained back in kind of very specific ways, and you're probably only ever going to get 1 or 2 for a whole campaign. They're very special. So it's up to you whether you want to use it now or save it. But I would say
I'm gonna save it.
if Lith is not going to join in the fight here, the two of you against them, it's also going to be pretty difficult. But I mean, you beat the spiders, so the spider was like, I don't know. We'll see.
We'll start with what happens to Humphrey, and I will decide.
Okay, so Jakob.
We're gonna spend it.
So yeah, I got a bit of a dilemma here because I got 3 basic successes.
Or
I
equals
can
a critical.
reroll.
Yeah.
Pardon?
3 basics is a critical, so that's the
Fine.
equivalent, and that will actually do some damage. So, all right, you get your shot off. It's not a particular. I mean, it does kind of injure him in some way, or it kind of like maybe it doesn't kill him or anything, but yeah, you definitely do something.
Yeah.
What is Santiago doing?
Well, it is one of the core rules of the fencing academy. I'm gonna shoot him in the face.
Yes.
All right, you're going for an immediate 3 successes.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Or is it only 3? It's not extreme.
So an extreme is worth 3 criticals.
Oh yeah, okay, 3 criticals. Yeah.
And they're critical
so, yeah.
difficulty, so...
Oh yeah. I like the scene just going up and showing a lancetta, and he goes, "Oh, it's a close fight," and I go,
Yeah. Now these guys are very well trained, so you don't actually manage to kill him, but you get a very nasty head wound, and he's bleeding. They're like, I mean, scalp wounds are very nasty for bleeding, and there's blood kind of just pouring down the side of his face, but he's still in the fight. What about Litha?
I will go for the person in the back. And
Are you
I
so?
don't know. We didn't talk
Are you gonna call to her?
capturing anyone.
I mean, there's been 2 gunshots just going off behind you.
Well,
Right?
honestly, I will just plant one in the person turning their back to me.
You're gonna shoot her. Shoot them. Sorry.
"We don't have a
Yeah.
contract with her, right?"
No. And she.
Well, you don't know
ripped
who
us
this is
off.
yet.
Oh.
It could be
I
the
don't know.
Empress.
I
It
mean-
could be the Empress.
Well, if
She's
she works with the
No.
Nazis,
She's a
then
blonde
she
fairy.
deserves-
It could be the Empress. You never know. You could be shooting the Empress in the back. But as the gunshots go off and you try and close the distance to make sure that your shot is good, the figure turns and you can see it is indeed Juliet. Very much transformed. Her hair is not all fancily made up. It's much more like in disarray. She's wearing a military uniform, and she has a very grim look on her face as she turns and sees you approaching with her weapon pointed at her. You fire,
I do.
and as you fire, you can see her hands going down to her waist as well at the same time. So go ahead and give me a shoot roll. So shoot plus
Yes.
I think it's actually shoot plus war. Hold on. Or is it street?
It's based in street.
Yeah, I know. I had this issue before. I remember coming up with an idea. I think it is. We'll stick with street, shoot and street, because that's where it's sitting.
Yeah, I thought so.
I think there might be an argument if you're shooting at close range that you would use war instead, because that's the one that has to do with yeah, being up close in someone's face. But we'll ignore that for now. Okay, so shoot plus street. So you got a full set of 5 dice. Also, 1 second, you have sharpshooter, which gives you a free reroll.
Yes.
You can also potentially use one of your jokers to find a weak spot if you wanted to.
Yeah, I would like to do that, honestly.
But it would be your
aces,
action.
I think.
Indeed, but it would be your action for this round.
Yeah, still might be worth the risk. I'll do that. On the way, when I approach her, I will check her out and try to find a weak spot.
So running upwards
So I
with
will
the
spend an
keys
ace.
to his shoulder and just looking at her. Nice.
All right. So you don't need to roll for this. You automatically get the weak spots because of the ace. So give me. You're gonna roll 2d6. Roll one at a time. So first one's to tell me which table to look at. Second one tells me the result.
Okay. First is a 3,
Mhm.
and the second is a 5.
You can cause something to fall on the opponent with a roll in shoot plus war. If you're successful,
Okay.
the opponent fills in 2 stress boxes. So something above her head. Maybe a lamp.
Okay.
Because she's above a desk, she needs a light. There's a lamp above, like almost directly above her.
Great.
We'll just need a basic success as well.
Like an oil lamp. Bad for papers, but fun for us.
Bad for artifacts, ancient artifacts that are particularly.
Well,
Really?
that was
I would say
magic notebook.
Humphrey would have seen the page. It was kind of coated in wax to kind of protect it. And wax is fine with flame. There's no issue there.
Oh yeah, they don't burn.
All right.
Never.
So that's an option you have. You don't necessarily have to do it, but we are going to say that is like an oil lantern hanging from a chain or from a rope up directly above her head. So
Sure. Gonna ruin that hair.
your choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was my action for this moment, and she's seen me, so
Yeah, and she's going for a weapon. It looks like. So
sure.
we're going to the reaction stage now. Litha's going to be shot at. We'll handle that first. Litha's going to be shot at by Juliet as she pulls a pistol from her belt.
Sure.
So you need to make a basic reaction roll,
Yeah.
and it's illusion.
Yes.
Yeah, to use it to dodge projectiles or throwing weapons. Yep. So illusion plus street.
Right. That is a critical.
All right. So you don't take any damage as her shot misses
Three
you.
threes. Great.
And for Humphrey and Santiago, your foes are. Oh, it says they do have shields somehow. Okay.
Bodyguards, so.
Yeah, they've got They've got coins that have been made into shields on one arm. So they have their they're basically sword and shield kind of. I'm gonna roll die.
I have a pistol more. Yeah.
They try and push you back with their shields. So you're gonna react with strength.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
No.
No! This is not good.
strength under war, so war plus strength. Let's just have a look at your stats here, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's
oh,
three dice.
Santiago and Humphrey
I am
has
not-
It's a basic
4.
success. I'll try. I
And there's
reroll
critical opponents, remember.
Nope. I'm getting pushed back.
No, you
I
actually
got 2.
Oh,
yeah, so
you got 2.
it
Two
okay, so
basic
you take 1
successes
stress, Santiago takes 3 stress.
Oh,
Okay.
naughty.
Okay. They push you back and rather violently. In fact, the one that clips you in the forehead, he manages with his shield, he manages to like catch you under the chin and kind of knock you back. So that's why I've taken 3 stress. And Humphrey kind of gets knocked, but you manage to just get your key set up and kind of just deflect some of the damage. And Litha's managed to avoid it all. Gwen is kind of moving up behind Litha. She's kind of staying back a bit. She's got a pistol up, but you can tell she doesn't really want to. She probably only thinks she has 1 shot because she doesn't think she can maybe reload it in time to be much use in a fight. She's never probably fired this pistol in her life. But you know, she's committed to the cause if she needs to be brought in. So for now, she's just kind of like in the middle of your whole group, kind of in the middle of this chaos. Next action.
Okay.
Let's start with Litha again. So you found the weak spot.
Okay.
Do you want to shoot the
Yes.
lantern? All right.
Yes, I want to do that. I really want to burn her hair. I mean, this is important. This is personal.
Oh, Gwen is gonna be so happy about
Yeah,
all the
Gwen
burning paper.
can now rush forward, right? To just snatch the papers since.
Well,
he
first
shot
of all,
her.
I got a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Go, go, go,
fine.
go. They're gonna succeed.
Okay, this is this.
So it's
I'm
war.
gonna
Shoot plus
roll
war.
that.
Succeed.
This is a critical.
Woohoo.
Nice.
Or is she even harder?
You get a free reroll, so you may as well if you
Yeah,
have any
that's-
extra.
That's my reroll. That is
Okay.
my reroll.
Critical. Okay.
Yeah.
Well. You you somehow shoot the rope perfectly. I mean, it's like you see in the movies, right? I'm just imagining someone who's like being hung, you know, and like Robin Hood comes and shoots the rope, something like that. It's an impossible shot, but you manage to shoot through the rope. Your bullet hits the wall behind it, and the wall behind it is wood. And you notice as it hits the wall starts to crack from the hole that the thing makes. It starts spidering out a little bit, which is a little bit unusual. The lamp falls straight down, explodes on her head. She drops to the floor because it's like a cast iron lantern. The oil spills all over her and she goes up. The oil also kind of like splatters the kind of around the desk, but somehow, well, just because it misses the paper, the stuff on top of the desk, but certainly under the desk, there's like a spreading pool of oil that's flaming. So the desk is kind of being lit by flames from underneath, as she is kind of writhing on the floor in flames. Humphrey and Santiago.
Humphrey
Wanna go?
first.
Okay.
Alright,
Humphrey's
alright,
just
yeah.
as you wish.
No, go. Humphrey.
Yeah, Humphrey has his keyscape against this coin shield, and he is slowly pushed back, and he says, "I hate to do this." And you see how his body begins to shake, and there's a vein pulling from his neck, and his shape is doubling and growing, and you hear the cracking of the seams of his clothes, and he's going full juggernaut. And
Yep.
and he tries to push him back against the wall, and which means I got a bonus of +1 to all action and reaction rolls, and I'm helpful for all rolls made in the field of war, but hindering for any other action.
You ignore all conditions as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
ignore all
and I
conditions.
lose 1 level of decorum, so I'm filthy. Before I was shabby, now I'm filthy, and afterwards I'll be tired. But for now, 5 rounds maximum. I'm gonna push this guy through the wall.
Okay.
And can I do an attack still?
Oh yeah.
Or was this? All right. Okay.
This is the action round. So Carmen's or Litha's just shot the lantern down. She was the first one to go. So now both you and Santiago. Oh, do you mean like because you went Juggernaut? Can you also act as well? Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, I just try to get my push him through the wall. Basically, just get the barrel of my Kisket to his neck and just.
Yeah. I think it might need a full action to complete it, but I'm a bit worried about this thing going on too long. So,
okay.
Yeah. All right.
So just war and fight or war and strength. What do you want?
I think war and fight. Yeah.
All right. So these are 6 die. Nice.
Remember, it's still critical target.
Yes. This is plenty to reroll.
I mean, there's no free reroll, but yeah. Do you have at least one basic?
Yeah, I have one basic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are 2 basics still. And
yeah, it's not.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Unfortunately,
well,
not enough.
I could go all in, right? I could go all in and
because you got it better. So that means because you got one better than your original, so you've improved your original roll by going all in. If you don't improve it, you lose everything. But yeah.
Okay, so I have to be more than 2 basics, right? So a critical.
You have 2 more dice though, right?
I have 1 more dice. Cause wait. No, the Kisket is now in close combat.
But still, the armed and the theoretically you should probably be -2, but we'll go with the
sure.
We'll go with the -1 because you're actually not armed. I mean, you're going like the Hulk, so the whole armed thing is kind of like how are they gonna like parry you away when you're like twice your size? Yeah. So you've subtracted 1 anyway, right? Because you should have had 6.
No, I didn't actually. I had 6. I have 5 plus 1 through the Juggernaut. Well, I should have -1 through the armed. So.
But you rolled 6. You've got 2 basics.
I rolled 6.
Okay, we'll just leave it like that.
Yeah.
Take 1 of the dice away, so you only have 5 dice. And if you want to go all in, you would be rolling that 5th die to see if you want to. Are you gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
30. Nah, just the basic.
Okay, so you went all in. You gambled. It didn't work.
Yeah.
So you pick him up. You go to slam him into the wall. And he kind of like somehow it's like he kind of twists in your hand. So when you kind of slam, it's more like you're slamming your fist into the wall.
Yeah.
It's fine. It doesn't hurt you or anything. But you make a big like where your hand goes in. It's kind of like masonry. It seems like maybe where the spot you're at.
Oh.
And also you punch like drywall. There's a hole, and as you pull your hand out, it kind of like also kind of cracks and splinters a bit.
Yes.
What's Santiago doing? I forgot to mention Rasmus as well that you also have this. You also have this contract. Remember, and one of the things you can do is that once per session you can call on your regeneration to avoid suffering the hurt, poison, sick, or drunk condition, or to avoid stress as a consequence of an attack or physical danger. So if you wanted to, you could ignore all 3 of those stress you just took, or if you want to save it up, it's up to you.
Oh, I'm gonna save it up. I'm 4 away from the 8, and then I have some after that. So I'm gonna save it for a moment.
Okay, but just remember that once per session, and this is the last the last scene.
Yeah.
So, all right.
I'm gonna give me a moment. It's gonna happen.
So what's your action now?
I'm gonna attack him. That's the action. But flavorfully, I'm gonna drop my gun, pull a new one, feint with that, and stab him in the foot.
Ah, beautiful.
A little bit of misdirection. Love it.
Yeah.
So you're fainting, kind of. Yeah. All right. Sure.
I just still have. But did I get 1+ from Humphrey?
Yeah, you get a help from Humphrey.
So then I have 4 dice. I have 5 and then -2 + 1, right?
Yeah. So altogether -1 from your normal pool. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Looking good. I'm gonna have a reroll because it's my Lancetta.
Oh, you've frozen. You froze.
Oh.
You
Okay,
throw
I
it.
hit. Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the end of a dance. I saw the end of a little dance.
Yeah. Yeah. The free reroll gave me a critical success.
All right. Perfect.
Yeah. 3 fights.
Okay. Gwen is going to use her action to run to the table. And yeah, she's kind of far from it. So this action is her running to the table kind of before the fire spreads too much to kind of see or the desks, I should say. There's 3 of them. You can now see 3 desks. And she's like looking for something. Okay. Next one is a reaction roll. Well, we could say that Juliet is doing the stop, drop, and roll technique to put out a fire. But unfortunately, she's covered in oil. And I think she's toast. Pun intended. So we only have reaction rolls. Thank you for laughing at my bad dad joke.
That's a crisp
fine.
kind of humor.
And we will never know what her plan was.
Nope. So the reaction
We'll
rolls
find
from the 2 guys that you're fighting. So for Humphrey and Santiago, they've hit their kind of special stress box, which basically means that their move comes into play.
Okay, that sounds.
I mean, it says
That's
defensive
possible.
formation. They come shoulder to shoulder. From now on, characters have -1 to all attack rolls made to attack. That doesn't really make much sense, though, because you've kind of split them up. So we're going to ignore that for now. If I get an opportunity for them to come together,
Well-
they will.
He twirled. He escaped my grasp, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
now maybe they are back to back.
And they got the shields up, so they're forming a shield
Yeah.
wall.
Yes. Yes.
So that's the move they do, but that's not their action.
Mhm.
Oh no, it would be their action.
Yeah.
So they're kind of going into defensive
So we get-
formation. There's another
Get the battle
-1.
Pause. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's -1 more. Oh shit.
Yeah, -1 more.
This is
Litha
minus.
has their backs are or their sides of their backs are to you. So they're mainly facing off against Humphrey and Santiago.
Oh, that's good.
So we're starting a new round.
Oh, that's
I'll just say before anyone else goes, Gwen lets out a little cry of triumph as she says, "I found it!" And snatches a page off the desk. And she also seems to be grabbing a book and grabs the book and backs away very quickly from the fires as the fires envelop the desk that she was just on. So she's just managed to pull them away. All right. Do we want to start with Litha again?
we should. Why not?
They've got their
Well,
backs to you.
Well, there's target-rich environments, so
No, it's only two targets.
There will be a -1 because
Maybe
technically,
3 with Humphrey, so.
Yeah.
so
no.
technically it should be -3 to any attacks made against them that are melee attacks. Their defensive
Yes.
formation does give them a -1 to all attacks, so you're gonna have a -1 to this, but nothing more.
You get +1, right? For the key sketch.
You also get a +1 for Humphrey going Juggernaut,
Oh, yeah.
so that cancels that out.
Yes. Okay.
So
And
plus-
your
plus
key
1
sketch
for
gives
the
you.
key
I keep forgetting the key sketch gives you a +1, doesn't it?
Does it?
It does,
And you
yeah.
gain a
Bloody-
free reroll.
Oh, I forgot that with the spider attack. Yeah, it gives you +1 to shoot.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, we know for next time, and for now.
Yeah,
So-
we got also
nice. Accurate
the
reach.
bonus.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yep.
Going for it.
How many dice are you rolling?
I'm at last 6.
Yep. So 5 for your field plus skill, +1 from the
And
cast key
-1
sketch,
from.
+1 from the Juggernaut help, -1 for the defensive thing. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah. So I already got a critical.
Oh wow. You get a free reroll.
Yeah, and I will push that. Of course I will.
Yes.
It's stupid not to try. So give me a 4th one.
Woohoo!
You got a 4th one.
Got an extreme. Got an extreme.
Yes.
Well, they only had three. They only had three stress boxes left.
Nice.
Well.
And you take both of them. Oh.
Oh no.
You take both of them.
I can't. How would I?
Well, if they're standing
I
behind.
mean, if they were
each other,
lined
so-
up perfectly, like one behind the other.
Yeah.
I can shoot through them if you let me.
Well, I think that's the only way to manage this.
All right.
Oh, I can see them. They're both fighters standing. Ha ha ha.
You're just turning after you've shot this amazing shot and knocked the lantern down, and you kind of like, oh, you had to reload. Let's say you used one of your moves. Well, you don't have a move for that, do you?
I don't have a move for that.
No,
Okay,
no.
are we playing with reload now? Because then I should.
No, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it.
Okay.
For this first session. I think starting from the next session, we're going to start using the reload rules because it makes a bit of sense.
Okay.
But this is more about learning things, and it's all really cool at the moment. So you pop a fresh. I mean, it's a musket, and there's no way you can reload it that quickly, but somehow you do. You turn, you just line it up perfectly, and just as you're turning to face them, you realize if you just take a step to the side, they're kind of like perfectly lined up, and they're ignoring you. They're kind of like, shield wall. They're standing still, like, all right, which of these two guys is going to attack us? Probably focusing a bit more on Hulk over there. I mean Humphrey.
Sure.
And you just have the perfect opportunity to get it lined up. They're about the same height, and boom, top.
I will go right through.
You
the
get
heads.
a double headshot. They drop lifelessly to the floor. Gwen comes running up saying, "You're amazing." Although she also looks a little bit disgusted by all the blood. And just at that moment, there's a tremendous, like, crumbling, ripping sound as behind you, this, like, the splintering masonry from your bullet kind of breaks apart. Like a big rip comes into the side of the wall right above where Juliet is burning on the ground, and exploding out of it is a spurred centipede.
Nice.
I'm putting it on the. You should be able to see it on the screen.
Yeah.
It is massive. It's huge. And it places, like, dozens of its feet on the desk in front of it. It looks down at Juliet, who's still kind of, like, writhing. And it reaches down with its mandibles and it grabs her, even though she's on fire. And you can hear the fire's kind of going out as it starts chomping on her. Flames kind of licking at the side of its mandibles. You have a moment while it's chewing to run.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since Humphrey's still in Juggernaut mode, and he prepared to attack one of the guys, he takes just one of the lifeless bodies and throws it against the centipede in the direction of the centipede.
Okay. That's also going to take up some time. And I will say Gwen is in the front because she just starts running. Litha's behind her. Santiago's behind Litha, and then Humphrey is kind of like like having to lean down a bit to make your way through the tunnel, which is occasionally is a bit low because you're twice the height now. Well, not twice the height, you're twice the size, so but you're significantly taller. There's a whole thing to roll here as the centipede starts chasing after you. I think we're just gonna narratively handwave all that and say you run for your lives. It's a close shave of it as it's coming behind you, but you all manage to get up the tunnel, out of the up the ladder, out of the tunnel. Yeah.
Maybe.
I want to say sorry to the guys bound up with gags. And just...
Yeah.
Shit.
And maybe Juggernaut Humphrey just rips out one of the supporting beams. Just it collapses after them, and the centipede is slowed, or maybe even locked out.
Sure, you try that. You see one, and your Juggernaut mode, you're kind of like whack something. Some of the ceiling kind of falls a bit. It doesn't do a complete. I mean, you're not like an actual cavern. It's like the floor underneath the the space under the floor, but it does impede it a little bit, and it gives you the opportunity to escape. I don't know how you. Maybe it's a very tight squeeze for Humphrey at the end to squeeze up out of it.
No more honey for
The
you.
centipede comes in at the bottom. Just as Humphrey is squeezing his way out, you look down, and the centipede is trying to follow you up the tunnel, but it gets stuck. And in its thrashing, it actually manages to bring the entire floor area down around it, burying the area that it was in, smashing up the ladder. It just looks like rubble down below there. Unfortunately, the guys you tied up are almost certainly dead. But so is you imagine so is the centipede. Nothing seems to be stirring as the dust comes kind of spurting out of the hole and then slowly comes settling down. Okay. Let's tie a little ribbon around this first session. 3-hour session that went on to 4 hours, but that's fine. It's a good way for me to gauge these sort of things too. Yeah. There's a little thing to conclude here, so let me go into this. The book that Gwen grabbed looks like a journal, but the journal is coded. It's written in Fey script, and there seems to be some sort of a cipher or a code. Gwen can actually read some of it. Just double check that's the case, because she has a bunch of languages. No, she does not have Fey, so she can't actually read it. But maybe she's recognized Fey script before, and she's like, this looks like there's a code. Anyway, it is cipher. It's got a cipher. It's coded. But it appears to be like a journal, like the way it's been written and the different pages and things. So that could be useful. It's not the journal. It's not Argo's diary, which is what she was like, the page that she has. It looks more like potentially a fairy journal. So that's one bit. The second bit is to do with you make your way back to the camp. Mm-hmm. Your mouse is still alive. And then you continue on your way and head to Chesterfield by the Fire, which was your original destination. Unfortunately,
do we take the remains of Gustav with us? Because at least
if you want,
Letha can fulfill her contract, right? I that will bring up some
Jakob,
questions.
make a dice roll. If you roll a 1, 2, or 3, the body won't be there when you get back.
Okay.
Well, we have the
1. Sorry, guys.
So you get back the cocoon, the like edges of the cocoon are there, but it seems that the spider returned after you left and probably needed some sustenance to get some of its strength back. So Gustav's body is gone.
We have the important part.
Going on a side quest to hunt a spider.
Okay, so unfortunately, Litha and Santiago have failed their bargains with the fairy couple, which means you both have terrible things. You have one. So on your character sheet, the way this works mechanically, you'll see that there is a space for terrible. It says TTT next to contracts, and there's a little drop-down box, and you can see that there's like Roman numerals 1 through 5. So if you just mark that as the first one, to show that you're at the first level of terrible things. And what that means is that between sessions, I will make a roll on a terrible things table, and some sort of misfortune will befall you in the following session. So it's up for me to figure out how to incorporate that misfortune into the next session. At this current level, it's hopefully most of them are pretty mild. So just be aware of that.
Oh, well, we have broken a contract.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Humphrey.
Yes.
You probably want to just go back to your solitary life as a hunter. But at some point, the page from the diary has lost a corner off of it. And Gwen points out that you have failed to keep your promise to take her and her belongings to Chesterfield by the Fire in one piece.
Gwen is not my friend anymore.
That means you are still bound to escort her, at least until she feels that you've paid for your mistake.
Yeah, I'll voice.
Or
my
you can take,
displeasure.
or you can take the consequence, which is terrible things.
No. Humphrey is shrink down to his normal size. His clothing is ripped, and he is shivering from the exhaustion of the Juggernaut. He looks at her with just red rings under his eye, below his eyes, and it's just. And
she's a boggart herself. She's probably gone Juggernaut as a teenager a couple of times at least.
Yeah,
so
probably.
she's confident in herself right now. Now that she's back in
No,
civilization.
I'm not threatening her.
Oh right,
I'm
okay.
I'm not threatening her. I'm just pathetic right now.
Oh right, okay, I gotcha.
Not
I gotcha.
happy with the situation, but I can't articulate myself anymore.
Gotcha. For everybody, all three of you, because of the not just because of the rolling around in the swamp, but also the escaping from the centipede, your decorum has dropped by 1 for everyone. So your decorum is underneath your portrait, and if you look at it, just choose the next level down. Unfortunately, that means
go worse than me.
That means
Oh, I'm shabby. No.
Oh no, me too.
uncouth.
I'm uncouth, but I was uncouth after going Juggernaut from this.
Oh
point,
yeah,
so.
you're almost. I mean, you couldn't
Yeah.
be more uncouth. You're doubly
Yeah.
uncouth, and you can't go below
Yeah.
that. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
So just bear that in mind. The next session, actually, the next chapter, we'll be starting a number of potentially a fairly large space of time after this one, after what's just happened in Chesterfield by the fire. So we'll talk about this in chat. I need to figure out exactly where I'm going with it because there's lots of different directions I can take. But there will be time for you to fully recover. Your stress will be gone, so you can go ahead and get your stress back. Your aces are back. The Joker will not be back,
Yes,
but the other aces are back.
But a little bit back, you know. It's
Yeah.
a nice joke.
Yeah. It was a very cool thing that you did with it.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like there should be. I'm gonna look up how the Jokers are rewarded, because I kind of feel like Carmen might deserve to get one for her double action of shooting the lantern down and then spinning around and like double headshotting those two guys, which was pretty epic. So I need to look at the criteria for awarding Jokers, and we'll figure that out in chat for next session. But that's us officially finished. So I'll also figure out, and we'll write it in chat as well. We'll divvy up the loot that you got from the 3 guards that you kind of took out before, and exactly how much coin and everything you got from Gustav. So we'll figure all that out so that your inventory is all squared away when we start session 2. We're going to be starting session 2 in 3 weeks' time. There is a link, actually, if you go into the description of this video, there's a link already to the earmarked YouTube video where we're going to be live streaming. So you can actually go there now and click on the notify me so you can be notified for when we go live. Otherwise, thanks everyone. Feel free to drop a note in the comments to let me know or let us know what you thought of this. This is obviously the first session, so I would love to hear people's thoughts, suggestions for improvement, anything like that. Jakob, Carmen, and Rasmus, thank you very much. This was a real pleasure playing with all 3 of you for the first time. It went really well.
Amazing.
I'm really happy with this group, so I'm really excited to play more. So, yeah, lots of love to all of you, and have a good evening. And we'll catch each other in 3 weeks. All right.
Happy holidays, happy New Year, y'all.
Oh yeah, happy holidays,
Yeah.
happy New Year, everyone. Yeah.
Happy holidays.
Happy
Thanks
January.
for staying with us till now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Oh.
Thanks everyone in the chat. I apologize for my internet issues. I can't promise they'll be better in January, but hopefully they will be. I wasn't recording the session. I will record the next session, so in case we do have really bad problems, when it comes back, we can keep playing, and I can just edit it and upload it as a separate thing after the fact, if we have to. Okay. All right.
Righty.
Thanks everyone. Take care.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.